3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Says you're live.
So I believe it will actually start showing things at exactly 9.
Okay.
But the connection's there from your side?
Yes, it says live on my side.
Great. Good. Oh.
Oh.
So I believe it. So Aditi, the connection is now there, because I heard my own voice coming through.
Okay, good.
So I'm going to stop talking now.
Facciamo una prova. Acceso. Prova, prova. Per l'audience, sì. Ti ricorda anche l'altra volta era così. Prove e poi lo scopriamo. Quindi lo terrei. A te lo consegnate. Ok. Sì, 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 ok. Acceso. E poi prova, prova. No, si sente, si sente.
Sicura?
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Here in the room and online. This is the 10th workshop on structural transformation and macroeconomic dynamics that we are hosting in Cagliari. We are very proud of this edition because it's the 10th. So we are proud to have reached this goal. We had many researchers over the years that joined this workshop, many great researchers. So we didn't expect this workshop to last for so many sessions. And this year we have a great lineup as usual. And I'd like to thank all the funding bodies, especially STEG, that is allowing us to also have the workshop streamed online and reach a large audience all around the world. So we have a rich program. We start now with the first paper of the morning that will be introduced by William Adesi, who is the chair of the morning. And I leave you the microphone to introduce the first speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. The first session, we have 4 presentations. Each presentation should take 50 minutes, including the time for question and discussion. And after the second presentation, we are going to have a 20-minute coffee break, and then we start again. Okay, the first presentation is Frederick Robert Nicou. His paper is The Emergence, Growth and Stagnation of Cities, France, 1760 to 2020. The floor, please.
So thank you very much. So thanks for inviting me in this workshop, and thanks for putting up such a great program. So this is joint work with Pierre-Philippe Combe, Gilles Duranton, Laurent Gobillon, and Laurent Gorin. So what we do in this paper is quite a few things. So mostly my co-authors start by developing a methodology to extract information from historical maps. And then we are going to combine the information that is provided by these maps with other sources of data, including censuses. And what we are going to do with this data is to provide information on the grid of the country of France for the mid-18th century, mid-19th century, mid-20th century, and early 21st century. And so, like I said, we are going to merge that with other sources of data. I'm going to detail all that, of course. And then what we are going to do with this data, we are going to define cities in a way that is systematic and related to the data of the century in case. So the definition will be a statistical definition that we are going to maintain over time, but it's going to give us a different definition for each century. Should become clearer later on. And with that, we are going to establish 5 Salas facts. And maybe let me already anticipate what are these facts. Over the time that we are studying, mid-18th century to nowadays, the population of the country is going to more than double, but the urban population is going to explode. Okay, so it's going to be multiplied by 4. And the process is fractal in the following sense. So not only does the urban population grow much faster than the overall population of France, but these people who turn into cities are going to disproportionately turn into the largest ones. So there is divergence at any scale you want to look at, okay? And then when you zoom into cities, what we are going to observe is that the density of each city is going to go up. And of course, cities are also going to expand horizontally. But the density goes up everywhere in the city, but especially at the fringes. So the density gradient is going to shift up and tilt. Okay, so these are the facts that we are going to establish with these tools. And the final thing we are going to do in this paper is to build a quantitative model that can rationalize these facts, and then we can use the model, you know, to study some policy scenarios. Okay, so what are the 4 types of maps that we collect? The first one are the, I guess, famous Cassini maps. So Cassini, the story is very interesting. I don't have the time to develop, but maybe what is interesting, this was an era where people would start a project that they knew they would never complete in their lifetime. It took 4 generations of Cassinis to complete the task. Along the way, what the first Cassini did is that he developed a tool which we call triangulation that we still use nowadays. Okay, so the ambition was to document the existence of every single building in France. Okay, and for towns, not individual buildings, but the towns and the villages. It's so accurate that Pierre Philippe, his mother, lives in a very remote area in France, in the south of France, and the farm and the barn in which he lives are on the Cassini map. Okay, so it is amazing work. And then the mid-19th century map is a different one. It's a military map, so that was, you know, in an era where France was trying to conquer the world, so they better know their terrain. So that's why they developed these maps. Mid 20th century, these are maps taken from the air, and you know, the 21st century maps are actually geocoded there. So I guess people like Simona and myself, we love maps. We were in the geography department, okay? So I certainly love maps. So here's an example. This is Paris on the Cassini map. Zooming in, you see that, you know, we don't have individual buildings in cities like Paris, but still we have blocks, okay? We have neighborhoods pretty well defined. That's the military map of the mid-19th century, same thing. So this is Paris, let me zoom in. So you see that here it gets even more accurate. So here we start having individual buildings. That's the mid-20th century. So again, zooming in, you see that there is more detail, okay? And these are the most recent maps, the current maps. The difficulty is that each of these maps, especially the historical maps, had their nice features and the complicated features. So the methodology that was developed to code the Cassini maps could not be readily applied to the later maps. Okay, so that's why it took my coders forever to develop and code these maps. Okay. So is there anything I want to know? So this is more like the technical aspects. If you are really interested in the techniques, together without me, they have developed a series of methodological papers. One of them is already published in the JUE, so you get everything you want to know and more about the methods. Okay. So let me go back to some of these maps. So here's a raw map, a Cassini map. This is around Sens in Burgundy. And this is what it looks like. I'm trying to, okay, here we go. Let me show you the city of Marseille. So that was a remote area. This is a city, okay? So the raw image is to the left panel. The built-up is replicated on the right panel, but superposed with the raw image. If I move next, what I'm showing you is only the build-up area, okay? So this is how you go from the raw image to the build-up area that we are going to use to document, you know, all the facts that I have mentioned before, okay? So again, so that's for the military maps of the mid-19th century, the raw image to the left panel, the build-up on the right. Okay, same thing for the 20th century, and so on, okay? So that's Toulouse. And I'm going to show you more about what is going on in France by looking at what is going on around Toulouse, which is representative of what's happening, okay? So that is about the maps. So we are going to combine this data with censuses. Population censuses in France take place every 5 or 10 years. There is a very convenient crosswalk that was developed by the Haute École des Sciences Sociales. And what is interesting is in that crosswalk is that some of the municipalities have split or merged, so we can track all that. And that's what we are going to do is that combining the two, we are going to create this gridded data about population, okay? So specifically, we are going to aggregate these 4 meter by 4 meter cells into 200 by 200 cells, okay? Which we get these pixels. And so what we are going to do then is using the census, we are going to allocate the population to these pixels according to the build-up array, okay? So we are going to say the population of this municipality is uniformly split across the built pixels of this municipality, okay? So let me go back to one of the slides. So what we are going to say is that people in Toulouse are going to live in these red blocks, the red pixels, not in the white ones, okay?
Some of them will be factories.
Yes, they could be, right? So more on this. So we can do some robustness checks. We have some ancillary data that we can use that tell us, we know for some places whether the building was a factory or not, or whether it was not. And we can certainly do that with the buildings that still exist nowadays. Okay. So we can complement that with this. Yeah, that's a very good point. Okay. So like I said, the methodology is already developed and explained at length in this 2021 paper. So what do? So we look at these build-up pixels, and then we use the data we have on the censuses about the population. And what we are going to do is that we are going to reshuffle the population over the built-up pixels. And we are going to do that 5,000 times. So it gives us a counterfile distribution of the population. Okay, and we compare the actual distribution of the population across these build-up areas to the counterfactual one. And when a place is denser above the 95% interval of the smooth density, we are going to say this place is so dense that we are going to call that pixel urban. Okay.
So can I ask a clarifying question? Like, what's the overarching big picture goal of this? Is this an urban rural classification? Is that essentially what you're trying to do?
So what
Or
we
is
are
there like a
no, what we are trying to do is to talk about the evolution of the urban system in France over the time.
okay, so like what's the economic question that's motivating this?
What is the economic question? So what do we want?
I guess you have a model up there. I'm trying to understand where we're going to put a framework in my
So
mind.
the first ambition is to document the facts.
Okay.
That's for sure. Okay. And then with the model, we can maybe can I postpone that question to
Yeah,
when
that's fine.
we get to the model? Yeah. So so let me go back. So what we call the urban pixels are these places that are disproportionately dense. Okay. Contiguous urban pixels are what we call towns. And then for individual towns, we are going to repeat the procedure I have mentioned for the whole of the country with the population of the town within the town. And if then we create this counterfactual distribution of the population inside the town, and for the pixels within the town that are denser at the 95% interval, then we call this urban cores. Okay, and then a city is a town that has at least one urban core. Okay, so that's the way we are going to do it. This is our definition of cities. Okay, so let me show you what that does around Toulouse. So this is 1760. These are the cities around Toulouse. Okay, so you see there are quite a few of them. They are small, but there are many. This is 1860. Okay, this is 1960. So you see that cities grow at the intensive margin. Okay, and the next one is around 2020. But what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to take out, sorry, it's a bit slow. So this is, from 1760 to 2020, and we are going to take out now the most ancient ones, the ones that have disappeared. Okay, so here we have taken out those from the mid 18th century. We are removing those from the mid 19th century, and this is what it looks like nowadays. Okay, so the bottom line is that there are much fewer cities, but the remaining ones are much bigger. Okay, so that's a very different urban system from the one that pertained to the mid 18th century. Remember also again that what we have here is cities in a country which is way more populated. So what is happening is that population is increasingly concentrated over time. Okay, and the whole field of urban economics is all about density, the pros and cons of density. Okay, so the first ambition, going back to your question, is like documenting how the urban system has evolved over time, because urban economists, and I hope that we have preached the gospel well enough, are convinced that this density is conducive to innovation, to productivity, and many other things. Okay.
Frederick, could I just comment? So the cities that disappear here, probably very few of them disappear in the sense that they
disappear in a statistical sense. There are still most of them are still places that host people. There are still people living there, but they have become very little dense. But let me go back so I can make my answer slightly more precise. and maybe we restart the conversation in 2 or 3 slides. Okay, so let me redo the exercise for the whole of the 2/3 of the north of the country. Okay, so you see that again, the picture that emerges is the same. So cities grow bigger, but many of them disappear. Okay. So let me take stock. These are the facts pertaining to the urban system, not what is going on within cities, but the first 4 facts. Okay. So the first column are the years that we analyze. The second column is the French population in millions. So it's multiplied by more than 2. So the actual increase increases by 134%. So it goes from 20 million to 67 million. The number of cities falls by a factor 6. The urban population goes up by a factor 6. Okay. The urban population share, the urbanization rate, if you wish, is increased by a factor of 2.5. So it goes from a quarter to more than half, almost 2/3. Cities also expand horizontally. So the urban area share goes from slightly below 1% to 3.4% nowadays. Okay. So cities are definitely not encroaching on farmland on the rest. So that's a myth. So if you actually look at land use in France, what is really encroaching, if you wish, on farming land are forests. Okay, so forests in France are growing fast. The urban population density is, of course, multiplied by a factor more than 1, so 1.5 in particular. But the point is, the average city population goes up by a lot. Okay, so to repeat, urban population goes up by a factor of 6 or 4, so 6. Yes, the number of cities falls, so the average city population goes up by a lot. Okay, and so that's going back to, I guess that is a way to go back to your question. So what we do in these 4 panels is that we freeze the definition of cities for a given year. So let me, to illustrate, look at the definition the thresholds that we get looking at 2020. We apply the thresholds of density that we obtain using the methodology in 2020 to all the previous years in the analysis. Okay, and when you do that, you see that we tend to underestimate the rate of urbanization, the historical rate of urbanization. Okay, if we use a definition of cities that does not vary over time. Okay, so that was related to your question, right? So the point is, if you look at the past cities in that way, you see that there are some cities that would qualify as cities using the 1760 thresholds, but if you use our current threshold, they don't qualify anymore. These are places that are extremely dense.
So what is the specific definition? How does it change? Like I should...
So maybe I was not clear enough. So let me
yes, I was.
Yeah. So we reshuffle the population 5,000 times. So we get 5,000 counterfactual distributions of the population. We compare the actual one to this smooth counterfactual distribution of the population. And there are places that are more populated than you would predict by looking at these distributions. And if you're above the 95% interval, then you are urban. Many contiguous urban pixels are towns. And when you look within towns, the pixels that are even denser than these already pretty dense pixels are urban cores. And towns that have an urban core are cities.
Okay.
So to give you an idea, what is interesting too, but I don't want to divert too much, but is that it seems that the number of urban cores is positively correlated with the size of the city, but the correlation is not very high. In a city like Lyon has only 3 urban cores according to our methodology. Some cities smaller than Lyon have more than 3.
Okay. The definition really has to do with how easy to, like a commuter zone.
No, these are not commuting zones. Okay,
yeah,
so that's the big distinction, right? So we don't know the commuting patterns back then, right? So the only thing that we know are the build-up areas. But thanks for asking. That's a very important distinction, right? So we do not define cities as commuting zones. We define cities as contiguous pixels with very high build-up and population density. That's the way we define cities. Okay. because who knows what were the commuting patterns back then. I guess we can make conjectures, right? Because we know the transportation technology of the time. By the way, our maps also tell us we have data about roads, canals, and railways. Okay, we know all that, right? But we don't observe the patterns themselves. So that's why our definition of city is not a local labor market. And by the way, interestingly, you know, there is this, the French of you know that there is a debate between people from Lyon and Marseille as to know which of the two is the second largest. If you, according to this methodology, is neither. It's Lille. Okay, but so we are going to make even more people unhappy, I guess. Anyway, all right. So that's about, you know, mostly the urbanization rate. So what is the fraction of people living in cities? How many cities? What is the average size of cities? But then we can dig a little bit deeper and say, look, among the cities, so how does the distribution of the population look like? Okay, and one tool that urban economists have used a lot is Zipf's law. So Zipf's law is essentially telling you that if it holds literally, it's telling you that the second largest city typically hosts half the population of the largest one. The third largest city typically hosts a third of the population of the largest city in the urban system, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's in the strict sense of the term. More generally speaking, Zipf's law is basically telling you that few people live in very big cities. I mean, there are very few big cities, and there are a great many small cities. Okay, so how do we look at it in a systematic manner? You regress the log of the rank of the cities. So you rank cities, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. by population, and you regress that on its population. Okay, and in the strict sense of the term, Zipf's law would tell you that this coefficient lambda of interest should be -1. But of course, empirically, it can be smaller or larger than -1. And so let's do it for each of the 4 years that we have data for. The first thing you should look is that so we are going to do 3 things. We are going to look at it for all cities. We are going to look at this coefficient when we exclude the smallest cities. And we are going to look at this coefficient when we look only at cities that exist in all 4 years under study. Okay. The coefficient that we get for all 3 are extremely stable. So I'm going to focus on the left panel, okay, to save time. Okay. So how should you interpret this coefficient of -1.43? It's smaller than -1. Okay, in absolute value, it's larger. So it means that cities are less unevenly distributed than what Zipf's law would tell. Okay, so there are small and big cities, but the difference between the big and the small cities is smaller than what you get under Zipf's law. We basically get Zipf's law in the 19th century. Okay, you get a coefficient very close to -1. So it means that over that century, the population is increasingly concentrated in the largest cities. And then when you move from the mid-19th century to the mid-20th century, the pattern even strengthens. Okay, so increasingly cities diverge. Okay, and if you look at 2020, divergence keeps unraveling. Okay, so we not only get increased divergence between rural and urban areas, but even among urban areas, the population is increasingly unevenly distributed and concentrated in the largest cities. Okay. All right. So we have these 4 facts pertaining to the urban system. So the third was among cities themselves. So let's look at now a given city. Okay. So what we can do is that we can compute the density of the population in a given pixel, and we can regress that to the distance to the center of the city to which this pixel belongs. Okay, and we can allow the coefficient of distance to be city specific. I'm going to show you results for a common beta, but we do allow the intercept to differ across cities. Okay. So let me show you what comes out. Again, here, there are many different ways of doing it. So I'm going to focus on column 2 of the left panel. So we can look at this gradient for all cities and the larger cities. We can look at the gradient for the population or the buildup. Okay, so I'm going to focus on the population one. The picture that emerges is the same. I apologize. I usually hate when people do that, when they create tables with such small numbers. So the figure I'm focusing on is the one I've zoomed on. Okay, so in column 2, the beta that you get is minus 2.5. Okay, for the first year, 1760, and then this gradient tends to fall over time. So what does that mean? It means that the density is going up mostly at the fringes. Okay, it's going up everywhere, but mostly at the fringes. Okay, so what we already know is that the density increases, right? So we know that the intercept goes up, but when the gradient in absolute value falls, it means that the density grows faster in the outskirts. Okay, so that's a picture. That's the population within city gradient in 1860 in blue and in 2020 in red. Okay, so that's for the buildup. Okay, very similar picture. That is not surprising because we are reshuffling people on the buildup area. And then that's for street, roads, and railways. So this is the transportation network. Martina?
So I have it's a conceptual question, the measurement, the population density is from census data, is that right?
Yes.
Sorry, the population numbers, and then you assume that you're going to equally distribute them among the cells.
We uniformly distribute the population among the pixels that have some buildup. Yes.
So does the spatial resolution of the census vary over time? I'm just wondering because
yes, the center can move over time. Yes, absolutely, because we
you have maximum dispersion by your assumption of kind of doing the
right.
It's a conservative way. The density in the real density might be even steeper than what you get.
Could be
by
yes.
assuming that.
Yes, absolutely. Because since we reshuffle people uniformly, then we are biasing, if anything, our results downwards. Interestingly, for the buildings that still exist nowadays, we know their height, so we know how many stories they have, so we can correct for that. Okay, and we've started doing it, but we only have, we can do that only for the buildings that still exist. Yes.
I mean, I guess the other way you could do it is kind of looking at holding the resolution of the census fixed at the coarsest resolution and seeing what that does.
Yes. So you mean keeping a center in 1760 and keeping the same center over time? That's what you mean?
No, keeping the spatial resolution, the level, the administrative detail that you have for the census, keeping that the same.
But I'm not sure I understand. What do you mean? So you mean the municipal boundaries? They don't change much.
It's on you don't have within city variation in those, in the census.
No, there are many municipalities in a given city.
Yeah.
So we do have differences.
So you don't have within municipalities?
No, we don't. No.
Okay, so I thought you go from block level nowadays.
No. We don't have. We have the census is at the municipality level. Okay. Fortunately, France, like Switzerland, has many of them. Okay, so tens of thousands in France, thousands in Switzerland. So we are talking about relatively small objects. Okay.
Okay.
There really are many municipalities. Several municipalities within each city.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, so let me take stock. So we have an increase in urban population, simultaneously a decrease in the number of cities. So the average city size goes up, but interestingly, there is increased divergence among extant cities. Within cities, the population density goes up everywhere, but mostly away from city centers. Okay, so that's the picture that we get. How much time do I have?
25 minutes.
25 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. We'll have a longer coffee break or a very long conversation. All right. Or maybe I can slow down and then go back to. All right. So what are we going to do? So we are going to talk about, the evolution of the urban system. So we need a model that has a proper urban system. Okay, so it's a system of endogenously determined cities, and they are going to be determined by their size. Okay, and very importantly, since some cities disappear, we need a definition of cities where cities can, come and go. So we need a model where when we talk about the size of a city, it's a meaningful object in the sense that cities have non-trivial efficient city sizes. Okay, so what that means to say is we need a model of cities where when you plot the well-being in a city against its own population, we get variable returns to city size. Okay, so I'm going to develop that shortly. So the difficulty will be to come up with an urban system where we cannot have decreasing returns to city size everywhere. We need the returns to city size to be increasing for small populations. So like in any urban model, what we are going to have then is a trade-off between the benefits of, of size, of density, which translate into higher productivity, and the cost of living in a bigger city. So the cost of living in a bigger city is you typically have longer commutes and or you pay higher prices for housing. Okay, so our cities are going to feature these trade-off. Okay.
So from what it looked like, the increase in density of the bigger cities didn't really start until like the mid 1800s, right?
Yes.
Isn't there something about like Robert Gordon talks about how, or hypothesizes that the introduction of sanitization systems and things made it just more comfortable for people to live in cities, and those technological change then fueled the drive of population growth to cities, which then caused the agglomeration effect spillovers. But it's like the introduction of the technology is the catalyst. Are you going to like speak to something like that? Or
no, so the short answer is no, because we are going to load everything on productivity. You'll see. It's conceptually, I can show you where we could we could do that. Yes, but with a twist, with an added difficulty that would, not add. So let me show you when we get to the model, and then I'll tell you why it's isomorphic, but why, even though it's isomorphic, it adds a layer of complexity. All right. Okay. So of course, since we want to talk about the urbanization rate, we need the rest of the population to live somewhere, and these people live in the countryside. They are farmers, and they are going to be decreasing returns to labor in farming. And then how can we account for growth? We can think of several mechanisms that people have suggested in the literature. So I'm not going to show it to you today. I'm going to simplify the model somewhat, but we have a kind of portmanteau model that captures all the ideas that people like Esteban Rosiansberg and Klaus Desmet or David Nagy and what's his name? Forgetting his name. Macroeconomist in Yale, Peters. We have this model where we have the ingredients that these people have put forth. Okay, but I'm going to show you a simplified version because the basic story is does not depend on the exact mechanism that has been suggested. All right. So what are the main differences between these models that have been already put forth in the literature? Is that we are going to allow for an endogenous density gradient inside the cities. So we are going to make the spatial model within cities a bit richer than what you have in these models there. And then we are going to add to that dynamics that can, in principle, allow for either divergence or convergence. Okay. All right. So geography and time. So time is going to be discrete. And the geography is that we are going to assume a continuum just for simplicity. Here, it's a really technical assumption of sites that are heterogeneous a priori. Okay, so some places are more conducive than urban production than others. Okay, think about it as also subsuming things like better access to the rest of the country. The landowners could be either absent or local. So we just take absent landowners. It doesn't matter. And then the internal geography, sorry, I forgot to mention that. We are going to assume that cities expand horizontally in only one direction from the center. We could assume that it expands in 2 dimensions. It's basically the same, totally isomorphic. Okay, I think now in the version of the for sure I've developed both, and I forgot which one we chose to keep. It's isomorphic. Preferences, that's the important thing, right? So we are going to assume that people, yes. No. It's here. Okay. So people are going to consume two goods. So one is very local. We call that housing. Okay. So it's a non-traded service. Okay. That uses land to produce. So that's going to be the limiting factor. Okay. And then the rest of your earnings, you are going to spend it all on a consumption good that is freely traded. Okay. So the cities don't interact with each other, but they could. But they don't in equilibrium. Why? There's only one consumption good and it's homogeneous. Okay, so that's the simplification we make. Okay, again, because we want to focus on the dynamic, the evolution of the urban system. Okay.
But what I have in mind, some of the cities may have grown because they were part of
Absolutely
part of a trading
that's
network.
That's another paper.
Okay.
But here we are making so we are enriching the internal geography. We are simplifying the external geography. We are enriching the within city geography. We are simplifying the geography across cities, if you wish.
No, it's because I think when you were presenting these facts that the number of cities is falling and cities are the urbanization is becoming more concentrated.
Yes, it's very obvious, right? We see that it's not that all the cities are growing next to one another. They are increasingly distant. Yes,
perhaps you can pin down that Paris, Toulouse, and so that was part of the whole net that was.
I can see you're not from the field.
Not only for the quality of life within this.
No, but of course we can do all that. But I'm already telling this is already pushing the frontier somewhat. So we need to make simplifications.
Of course.
But that question is so we studied in a separate paper because otherwise it would be a monster. But in the other paper, we are especially interested in those kind of questions. So we are simplifying the rest. But what I'm emphasizing today, okay? But yeah, hopefully somebody at some point will be able to put the two together. But models should not include everything, right? So they should be as simple as possible to address one question. So that's why we have cut the two. But
is there heterogeneity in like preferences for H across cities?
No.
So a house
that is something I have said on myself, never play with preferences. It's something we don't observe.
No, but I think it's kind of obvious though. Like
maybe it's obvious to you, but let me show you what we do and you tell me what you think we should be doing, right? So outputs Y, okay, is going, so that's output per worker, sorry, it's going to be a combination of two elements. One is the TFP, AJT, if you want, and that's exogenous. It's going to vary over time. There will be a mechanism, but in a given period, it's inherited from history, say, and then it depends on the number of people in the city, okay? So there are increasing returns to city size in production, okay? And epsilon is going to capture this elasticity of productivity with respect to the population size, okay? So that's all about productivity, okay? And then it's costly to live in these cities. And let me tell you about the macroeconomic foundation. And then the bottom line is that we will get a cost of living in city, which will also be something which will be isoelastic in the size of the city, okay? So the price of housing in a certain distance from the center, P of 0 is the housing price in the center. This price is going to be related to the distance to the center by this expression here. Okay, what is the second term in the right-hand side here? The minus tau tilde. So tau tilde is a parameter. X is the distance to the center, and the exponent, it captures the elasticity of the community cost with respect to the distance to the center. So what that boils down to saying is that it's costly to commute. And in a spatial equilibrium in which all households are the same, then it must be that in equilibrium, we are all indifferent as where to live, okay? We are indifferent if and only if the compensated differential in the cost of living is fully absorbed by the housing price, okay? So that's this expression obtains in a spatial equilibrium. And then the land developers, they take that as a given. They treat PX as a given. They are price takers, but they have a technology to produce housing, and they can use the numerical good and they can use land, okay? And then they need to pay R of X to acquire the land, but it's a residual. So if you look at the technology we are looking at, we are making it simple. We are just simply assuming that the cost of building housing is the number of housing units to the square. You get in the first order condition that, the higher the price, the more you want to build, but you get an elasticity of just one. Okay, that makes our life easier. Then you can compute the bid rate for land. These developers are competitive, so they make zero profit. So they are bidding up for land until their profits are fully eliminated. And then what do we get? We normalize the opportunity cost of land to zero. You get an expression at the bottom of the slide that links the physical imprint of the city X bar, how much it expands towards the outskirts, as a function of the price, the housing price in the center. So the larger the housing price in the center, then the more people can live away from the center. Why? Because they are compensated by this longer commute. Okay. So the point is that then P naught is going to be a sufficient statistics to evaluate the cost of living in the city anywhere in the city. Okay, because people who live literally in the center don't commute. So for L, the whole cost of living there is P naught. And people who live away from the center, for them, the combination of housing costs plus commuting costs is P naught as well. Okay, so P naught is the cost of living in the city. So what is it in equilibrium? It's related to the size of the city, because the top expression here is simply the supply on the right-hand side of housing is equal to the demand for housing. Okay, so we have normalized the number of housing units that each household purchases to 1. Okay, so now we get a relationship between the cost of living and the size of the city. It's isoelastic, and the exponent here is gamma. Okay, so what is gamma? Gamma is fundamentally is the parameter that governs the commuting cost with respect to distance, but now it becomes the elasticity of the cost of living with respect to the size of the city. Okay, it's the same gamma, but now at the macro level, it has a different interpretation. Okay, now I have everything at hand to go back to your questions. So let me see. No, I don't have another expression. So the people in the city, they consume exactly 1 unit of housing. If you purchase less, you die. If you purchase more, you don't care. So in Ethereum, they purchase exactly 1 unit of housing. Okay, and then they spend the rest of their earnings on the consumption good. Okay, so their earnings is increasing the size of the city, because if we live in the denser place, we are all more productive and have higher wages. But if we live in a bigger place, the cost of living is also higher. Okay, so there is the fundamental trade-off. Okay, so now going back to your question, so you had 2, so let me postpone the one on amenities next. If people consume heterogeneous amounts of housing across cities, then you could simply add a multiplicative term in front of this expression here to the right-hand side. Okay, or if they face different commuting technologies across city, the tau would also be city-specific. Okay.
Okay. So is there something, one of the things that I'm thinking about as you're going through this is you have the different prices, but you have that basically you're fixing the price that describes the relationship between the center of the city and the outskirts of the city as being something that's fixed over time, correct?
No, it's an equilibrium outcome.
Yeah. Okay, so that's an equilibrium outcome.
It's an equilibrium outcome, and it's not fixed over time. It's fixed in a given time. It's going to evolve over time.
Okay.
Because it's a function of tau, which governs the commuting technology, and the size of the population. The size of the population is going to evolve endogenously over time. And we could also play with the tau, because the commuting technology has changed dramatically over these 2 centuries, right? So for the timing, we keep it as as fixed. But you could also start saying, maybe urbanization has gone up because of the introduction to the mass transit system. So I have in mind a mechanism like put forth in the paper by Daniel and Steve on the making of a metropolis. Okay. All right. So, and yes, the question on amenities, I'm postponing it to the next slide. Sorry, 2 or 3 slides maybe. So
that's not exactly So you take this set of potential cities, some of them are populated, some of them are not populated. So if I want to understand the state of the system, there will be a cross-section distribution of populations across.
Yeah.
Across.
Let-
This population will describe the population in each of the cities.
Can I show you? Can I go back to this question in maybe this will be like 3 or 4 slides, because then I can show you exactly what we have for the distribution of the population, and then you can yeah. So we have something to illustrate what you're saying. Okay. So very quickly, what are the 2 bullet points? The 2 main bullet points saying here, they are saying that, you know, if you take the size of the population as given n and you play with it, if it increases, you see that the density increases everywhere in the city, and it's going to tilt the urban gradient, as I mentioned. So a city that is more populated has more people everywhere. It's denser everywhere, and it has a flatter gradient. But interestingly, it's not that these additional newcomers would only be piled up on top of the extant ones. There would also be a fraction of them living further away from the center. And very conveniently, the parameter that is going to govern the expansion of the city, whether it's vertical or horizontal, is gamma itself. So we have an additional way of estimating gamma. Okay, gamma is also going to be the elasticity of density with respect to population size, and 1 minus gamma will be the elasticity of land use with respect to population size. Okay, so we have at least 3 different ways of estimating gamma. Martina, you had a question?
Yeah, so the way you empirically measure the number of cities varies over time, right? So that's dependent on how the entire system develops. But how, I'm just trying to square this with here where we have kind of the standard population determining productivity benefits of a city that's not relative to the entire system.
No, because I'm building up the model from a given city, and then I will have, now we have everything at hand to talk about the urban system.
Okay, but that will vary, so that will vary on a given urban system in time then.
Let me postpone my answer to that question. So for simplicity, here I really don't have the time to tell you what are the other options, what are the pros and cons on each and every one of them. We are going to assume that there is a political economy mechanism in the background that ensures that each city will be at its efficient scale. Okay, so the number of n will be picked so that it maximizes the net benefit of living in a city. Okay, where at the margin, the agglomeration benefits exactly compensate for the additional congestion cost. Okay, so what do we get? We get that the size of the population size of the city is related to A, which is the fundamental productivity of the place, which can vary over time and can vary across space. It depends on tau, which governs the quality of the commuting technology. So higher tau means poor commuting technology. And so here I can answer the question. If you have also amenities, they would be in a multiplicative fashion, they would be added inside the parentheses. If it's additive, it would not appear at all. So it really depends on the way you want to think about these amenities. Is it something that comes on top of your consumption, or is it complementary to your consumption, right? So you can make different modeling choices, and they would either appear or not appear in this expression here, okay? So if you really want to think, and I think that's the right way of thinking about it, that sewage systems and the like make living in cities nicer, more pleasant, or less dire, then these amenities would also come inside these parentheses here, okay? I have 5 minutes, very good. So stop asking questions because I still need to answer some of them. Okay, the important thing I want to make is that then n is a function of this productivity raised to some elasticity, which depends on gamma, which is the elasticity of the cost of living with respect to city size, and epsilon, which is the elasticity of productivity with respect to city size. Okay, so unsurprisingly, the exponent is decreasing in the former and increasing in the latter. Okay. All right. So the system of cities I think we will be equipped here to answer your question. Let me make a simple assumption. Let's assume that A at the beginning of times was distributed Pareto, okay? And then let's see what it does to the distribution of population in the first year and then how it evolves over time, okay? So if you assume that A is distributed Pareto, then unsurprisingly, given that the population is an isoelastic function of A, then the population itself will be distributed Pareto. Okay, there is nothing very deep here. But what I want to emphasize is the following. If you look at the distribution of cities, that's the middle expression here. This is for the cities that do host a population in equilibrium. Okay, so in the background, you're right, there are all these other potential sites that are not exploited for cities. So the distribution is itself Pareto, and what is the shape parameter of that distribution? That's the interesting object. It's over there, right? It's k times gamma minus epsilon. So k is the shape parameter of A itself, and it's multiplied by gamma minus epsilon. And we know that the shape lambda of the population distribution is a small number. And what this expression over there tells you is that it can be small either because k is small itself, but k we don't observe, or because gamma minus epsilon is small. So the difference between these two elasticities is small. And we know empirically that this difference is small or even trivial, okay? So that boils down to saying that even if the distribution of A is not Pareto, but is roughly approximated by Pareto, then the size distribution of cities, the population size distribution of cities will be Pareto, of something arbitrary close to it, okay? Why? Because we are multiplying the shape parameter by a very small number, okay? And it's great because what we are really saying here is that we get a Pareto distribution of cities with a coefficient close to -1 quite naturally, okay? So that's the urban population. So, and now I need to tell you about technology and how it evolves over time, and we will be done, okay? So the rural technology has decreasing returns to the size of the urban population. And then we can compute an urbanization index, which is the bottom expression you have here, okay? The thing you need to note is that this urbanization index, which is increasing in the urbanization rate, depends on the A0 is the scale parameter of the technology, the urban technology. Okay, so unsurprisingly, the better the urban technology, the more people live in cities. There is a sign mistake. So the exponent of epsilon over tau should be plus lambda -1. But the point here is that the poorer the commuting technology, the fewer people live in cities. And also this urbanization index is decreasing in the quality, in the productivity of the rural technology for obvious reasons, right? So the more productive is farming, the more people live in farms, okay? The interesting thing is that the urbanization rate is going to increase in the aggregate population if and only if the returns to productivity in cities dominate the decreasing returns in the rural area, okay? So the bottom expression here tells you really that the urban population is going to increase if and only if the returns to the decreasing returns in urbanization are lower than the decreasing returns in the rural area. So the right-hand side is a combination of two things: gamma, which governs the decreasing returns inside a given city, and lambda, which governs the decreasing returns across city at the extensive margin. Okay, so it's pretty intuitive. And then the evolution of urban productivity, that's the top equation here. It's an assumption, right? So we are going to assume that potentially there is some knowledge diffusion, that's the delta, okay? So knowledge diffuses over time. So the UA goes up not only because of stuff going on within the city, but also because of stuff going outside the urban system, outside your own city. So that's delta. Kappa, if it's larger than 1, it's like the solo growth, right? It's exogenous. But the important bit is the staff inside the parentheses there, raised to the power of sigma, okay? Forget about the denominator. It's only, we have it there so that the whole equation is homogeneous of degree 0 in n, as it should be to maintain the units. But the important bit is the staff at the numerator, ng. So what we are saying is that over time, your technology, your productivity increases if you have more people in the city. Why? Because there is knowledge accumulation, knowledge diffusion within the city, okay? And what you can do then in the end is that you can look at the evolution of your technology over time, which is the bottom expression here in the center. And it depends on two things. You have an improvement in technology if you have exogenous growth, okay? So that's assuming the result. But then you have the second term, which measures either convergence or divergence, okay? So beta is the difference between diffusion and learning from yourself, okay? Okay, so let me conclude then. So the bottom line is that we'll get urban divergence if and only if this beta is negative, okay? So we can explain the divergence of cities, of size of cities, because of this accumulation of knowledge, which is local. Okay, so let me conclude there. So what we do is that we have collected these facts that I have mentioned already about the urban system as a whole and about what is going on within cities, and then we've built this model that tells you how the urban system evolves over time. And given its evolution, why density within cities changes the way it does in the data. Okay, and that's it. Thank you very much.
I guess we are a bit late, so we move to the next speaker. The next speaker is Elisa Kennedy. Her paper is spatial allocation, workers and immigration. I'm sorry, you? No, I didn't touch anything inside.
Lasciandolo qua? Così, vediamo. Well, thank you, William. Thank you for inviting me. Today I'll present a project in which we are trying to bring sort of a new perspective to the study of the role of immigrants on the host country. The title is Spatial Sorting of Workers and Immigration, and it's joint work with Julian and Rish at Exeter and Jan at Brunel University. All right, so the background of the paper lies in the fact that the process of economic growth requires reallocation of economic activity across production units. So, for example, the process of structural change or the process of creative destruction. So we are looking at the allocation of across space, and in particular, the allocation of labor. So there is, of course, a big literature in economics on the fact that highlights the spatial allocation of resources, and in particular, labor, are important for aggregate productivity. And at the same time, there are various papers in the immigration literature that shows that foreign-born workers are more mobile, and so they are more likely to respond to economic shocks. So we bring, in a way, or we are motivated by these two literature to ask how much do foreign-born workers contribute to US productivity growth via the spatial sorting channel. So the first thing we do is just to provide some, say, motivating evidence that there is indeed such an effect, meaning a contribution of foreign-born through these spatial sorting channels. So we look at wages, and we start by computing the foreign-born wage premium. So standard, we regress log wages. On the left-hand side, on an activity dummy, which separates natives from foreign-born and a bunch of controls. In here, we include schooling because the model will have only schooling, but you can basically throw the kitchen sink at it, and the results are pretty much the same. So here on the beta n basically tells you the foreign-born wage premium, so the percentage differences in wages between foreign-born and US-born, and is plotted on the picture over there over time. So we go from 1960 to 2018. So some years is positive, some years is negative. We are not much interested in the trend over time. What we want to highlight is the locational compositions or locational effects of this foreign bond wage premium. So what we do is we augment the regression by including location control. So on the picture there, I'm comparing in blue and with a dot, I mean around the shape, the foreign bond wage premium I showed you before without state fixed effect, whereas in a triangle and red, I'm looking at with fixed effect. So we look at the difference between the two, the horizontal difference, and that's what we call the allocation premium. And is the monetary compensation that foreign bond workers receive for their location choices. And you can see that over time, across the various years, but in every year is always positive. All right, so this tells you in a way that foreign bond workers allocate better than US bond workers. Now, two things I'd like to highlight. The first one is that in this computation, once we include location controls, we include controls for state. All right, so you might wonder, why not say a more granular definition of location? If you could click, Emanuele, on why states. Yeah, so the quick answer to that is that going deeper, so thinking about more granular definition within states doesn't change the computed location premium. So basically just looking at state is enough to get an idea of the foreign bond allocation premium. So here I show you some computation we did. So the first one is the baseline, and again, I just show you the computation with and without fixed effect. So think about the horizontal differences as being the allocation premium. The baseline is the first line across the years for which we have data. In the second line, we look, we divide the state in between something that proxies rural and something that proxies urban. This is not as, of course, data as Frederick, but we are basically using the metro definition. So we are considering those that live in a metro area compared to those that do not live in a metro area. And the last one, instead, we are including MSI fixed effect. So you can see that the horizontal distance between the two computation of the foreign bond wage premium, so the allocation wage premium is pretty much identical from 1980 to 2010. And in 1960, actually, just looking at MSA, we actually missed part of the foreign bond wage premium. So we conclude from this that basically foreign bond workers in general choose, say, a state with better cities, rather than choosing a city and then, in that sense, measuring the state. All right, yeah, Emma, if you could click back. Oh, sorry, I just should not have done all the links. But just one second thing I want to highlight on this one is that this allocation premium, foreign bond allocation premium, does not change with the tenure that a worker has been in the US. So with the number of years that the worker has been residing in the US. So sorry, again, the last one. If you could click on tenure. I should have just put them directly, I didn't think of it. I am plotting a same picture, right? So look at the horizontal distance between the dot and the triangle. This is the allocation premium, and I'm looking at different years, but at the tenure profile. So from 0 to 5 years of immigration within the US to 21 plus years. So the first thing you see is that in general, all these, whether it's the dot or the triangle, tend to move to the right. This is the standard result of the assimilation of foreign born workers into the US, into a host country. So this has been reported before. It's kind of a standard classical result. But the new bit that we show here is that the allocation premium is actually constant. So it doesn't really change with the tenure in the US. All right, so it looks like it's something that is very persistent. All right, so we're back for the last time. Yeah, so, you know, in a way, there is this kind of like strong evidence of foreign born sorting premium that in a way also reflects, first of all, it reflects the fact that to the extent that wages, you know, are linked to labor productivity, it has a contribution to aggregate output via this sorting channel, or there is supporting evidence of that. At the same time, there is something about the US born that their mobility cannot actually cancel the interstate wage differential. So we look a little bit at US born. And what we do is we compute the wage premium for moving out of the birth state. So same regression as we used for foreign born, but in here, the mover dummy differentiate those that move out of their birth state compared to those that did not. So beta M gives you the wage premium for leaving the birth state, and I show it again without and with state fixed effect. Now, aside from the separation between the two measures of the wage premium, you can definitely see that it's positive. Okay. Now, if you look at the allocation premium, so the difference between the two, you can see that it's positive but small in the first 2 years, 1960, 1970, but then after that it turns negative. So what we conclude from this is that the native US born, they do get a premium for moving out of their birth state, but this premium is very much similar across locations. Okay, so it's really a premium to moving out of their birth state instead of the destination state. And yeah, so one thing, just so it kind of like, at least the way we look at this second like kind of evidence is that there is some non-wage benefits that US-born workers receive in their birth state.
Are you saying that they used to have a premium?
Yeah, so we are not. I mean, we're not particularly interested in overtime. What I'm trying to say is that the premium for moving out of the birth state, so say the horizontal line between 0 and I don't know, in 1960s, 7.5% is positive and it's big. Then in the first years, it was also positive allocation premium.
But then the last 20, 30 years disappeared. It's negative.
Yeah. So this is not like, I think what, yeah, I mean, it turns negative, but you know, most of the analysis is going to be static. So we are not too much interested in the change over time. It's more that in each year, the actual premium for moving out of the state is bigger than the premium of choosing which state you're going to.
But most of the sample is negative.
The allocation premium, yes. For the starting in 1980,
US born.
Yes. So yeah, but there is a positive premium for leaving the birth state. Just that there is not a premium for choosing the best state out of your birth state. So if I'm from California, there's a premium for me moving out of California. But whether I go to Iowa, whether I go to Missouri, there is basically no difference. The variation is either negative or small. I guess that's what. And in a way, like there is evidence of this. So if you look at, so looking at birth state, it kind of gives you an idea of lifetime migration. If you look at shorter time migration, says 5-year migration, you actually see that the premium for moving out of your state, whether it's your birth state or not, and that doesn't matter, is negative in general. So there's all these points are going to be on the negative side. But if you look at those that move and return to their birth state, the negative is much bigger. So the penalty that they receive is much bigger.
So this is kind of just, this could just be seen as a premium on moving, period. Except with the last thing you just said.
But it matters, I mean, at least because the premium is bigger, it can be like whether you, so I guess we're trying to split out, yes, it's a premium for moving. We are trying to split out whether this premium relates to your birth state or not, or whether we should look, I mean, originally we wonder whether we should look at lifetime migration or not. So in here, it looks like it is important that we are looking at the state, whether you're moving out of your birth state or not. So there is a premium to that, but there is not a premium or not a strong evidence of a premium of choosing the right state, say, or the state with higher wages. That's what I should say, yeah.
Premium, is it selection?
This is correlation. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's no causality in this.
So it could be that I'm stuck. California could be a great place,
yes.
But there is all sorts of other options. With extreme value distribution, fresh air, whatever, then if I move, I will end up, I mean, every other state, Iowa or Missouri, both of which you were, will be indifferent for not on expectation. If you choose one or the other,
yeah.
But the whole thing is that whether you want to get out of your home state. So, but that seems to be more like a selection.
So it might be, okay, one thing is that this is just correlation. So we are not arguing causality at this stage. We could be that part of the wage difference is selection across workers. And yeah, so we are not going to take these numbers as a result. We are going to write the model and all of that for that, even though in the model now there is no selection. So I don't know if that will address that completely. But it can be selection. So this is just correlation. So we are looking at the premium, how it evolves. And we are just saying that there is some compositional effects to it. And it looks like state is what matters, or like in this case for natives, for US born, it will be birth state, is what matters in the in whether there is an increase in average wages of those that move or not.
No, what I have in mind, you have a model If you have a model of selection, it could be that it's not that there is a premium of moving, it's like a benefit for staying. And that could rationalize some of these patterns. Like I'm stuck in California, and then I have to just take the labor market because I have to even average and stay straight. But for me, we are not trying.
Yeah. So our definition of stack will be something that relates to the amenities basically in a place. So all here we're trying to say is that that place looks like is a state and is your board state. Yeah.
Just two quick questions on the econometrics. So the standard errors around these estimates,
very small.
sufficiently small so that the difference is significant.
Yeah, there is no. If you was gonna put the bounds, you wouldn't see them. It's just because it's sensitive. That's what we are using. Yeah.
And if you control also for country of origin, would that partly explain I mean, this trends over time? That, I mean,
no, there is
because the immigration waves they were different across the years, and the composition of immigrants changed.
So there is some difference. There are definitely difference on the level of the foreign born wage premium, but the allocation is very consistent also across type of immigrants. Yes. Okay, so basically the two kind of motivating facts that we like document and want to use in the analysis is on the foreign born that there is a foreign born wage sorting premium, and on the US born that there is a premium for leaving the birth state. So these two facts, they both say motivate and inform our analysis. So what we want to do is to think about quantifying the sorting channels for foreign born into contributing to US productivity. And for that, we base our analysis on a general equilibrium model in which workers have or take location choice a la Rosa and Robach. So there are two things that distinguish each place. One of it is wages, and the other one is amenities. In particular, importantly, those amenities will be different between natives and foreign born, consistent with the first fact of the foreign born sorting premium. And within natives, US born, it will also be different across state of birth, which is consistent in a way with the second fact that we saw, which is a premium for leaving your birth state. We're going to specify the production side of the economy, where output in each location is uses capital and labor for production. And we're going to allow, even though in a reduced form, so nothing deep, on local externalities, endogenous agglomeration and congestion. So we're going to use the model in two ways. The first thing is for measurement. So from the location choice, we are going to be able to measure a residual, which we call amenities, which is what determines the location choice. Together with location choice together with wages. And then from the production structure, so from the rental rate of capital in each location and wages of workers, we're going to be able to pin down a level of productivity. And then the equilibrium of the model or the specification of the externalities will give us a value for the endogenous versus exogenous component of amenities and productivity. And then we're going to use the general equilibrium of the model to decompose the level of aggregate output, the level of labor productivity in all of its components. So we will be able to tell the different contributions that a wave of immigration will have on aggregate productivity. So in particular, what we want to do is to split between the kind of more studied effects of either composition or direct productivity effect toward the, say, channel that we are particularly interested in, which is this sorting effect. And we're going to do this by running with this quantification by running a contrafactual. Okay, let me give you just a preview of the finding. We found that within for US-born workers, amenities which are related to the birth state are the key most important drivers of heterogeneity into the pattern of amenities across workers. In particular, amenities which are related to the birth state are about 6 times bigger than in any other state. And then, well, remember, so this kind of birth state amenities varies by US-born workers, for definition, because they have birth state, but not for foreign-born workers. So because of this, there is a possibility within the model of foreign-born workers contributing to productivity growth via this sorting channel. And indeed, we find that despite foreign-born workers are less productive, so the direct effect is actually negative, the sorting effect is so strong, it's 4 times stronger in absolute value, which generates a positive contributor of immigration to productivity growth, to the level of productivity, yes.
Probably a very annoying question, but
So when we think about productivity, shouldn't we include also these amenities? And then when we will the social planner do something different? And perhaps if we just measure narrow productivity, we will say, okay, there should be more migration. You should take people out of the states. Whereas if you incorporate the value of amenities, I may sacrifice my labor market yield in order to also have, life with my family.
No, I know what you're going at. Like, yeah, I mean, the idea is to think of. I mean, one way to think of welfare here is to think of ex ante welfare. So you are a policymaker which decides how many immigrants do you want to maximize the welfare of the US poor. So in this case, it will be. I mean, I cannot say an identical result. I mean, if location choices were constant for the natives, I would say so. But there's congestion and stuff in it, so it's not obvious the direction. But it will be kind of meaningful comparison. But aside from that exercise, I would say also just looking at productivity to think about like the various way in which foreign-born workers can contribute. I think that's important on its own. I must say that I will not have results for welfare analysis, but we are doing that as well, rather than just looking at productivity. But I don't have it yet. So today I won't be able to exactly talk about it. But my way to look at it is just, I'm thinking of, shall I, or, when I think of a policy of, which type of immigrants, say by education or like how many, this could be like one, or this channel seems to be very important in determining whether, or needs to be considered in determining whether there is return in terms of productivity, at least to immigration. We should do the computation for welfare. I agree. Across schooling, we find briefly like gains to immigration at the kind of extreme of the distribution for less than high school and for college plus, and the negative returns at the middle. The labor sorting effect is mostly positive, so the difference in the signs of the contribution are all due to the direct effect, and the labor sorting effect is much stronger the higher the level of education. For college, which has also a direct positive effect, it amplifies this effect by basically a factor of 3. All right, so I'm gonna just in the interest of time, I'm gonna skip that. So here is what I'll plan to go through. So first I'm gonna measure local amenities. So this of course are non-observable, so I'm gonna use the simplest model possible, which is just really a location choice. And I'm gonna measure them by state of birth. Then I'm gonna specify the production side of the economy and the equilibrium. So this is like the model in itself, the general equilibrium model we use for quantification. So I will look at within the model. So we'll use the model to first measure worker productivity, and then to do this theoretical decomposition, Salabaki and Fari, of aggregate output, and then use this decomposition to run the counterfactuals, basically. Okay, so let's start with the measurement on the level of supply. So the model is very standard. So it's locational choices. There are different group of workers. The groups are indexed by G. There are two bits that are indexed G. One is schooling. We have less than high school, some college, and college. And then importantly, we have the birthplace, which differentiate between US born and the foreign born, and also where the place in which the foreign born were born, and then the country of birth within US born workers. Then the location differs by two things. Just one is wages, observable, and the other one is non-wage factor. We're going to take this to encompass any kind of location taste. So it's really a model as a residual. And here is a decision of the worker. So the worker is choosing consumption, C, housing H, and the location to maximize utility. The budget constraint contains expenditures on consumption, expenditure on housing, and equalized to wages. There are two bits in here of, say, non-wage returns to sitting in a location. The first one, the epsilon, is an idiosyncratic taste, and it reflects anything individual specific in choosing a location. And each worker will draw a vector of this idiosyncratic taste, and will basically tell him or her the relative likeness of each of the different locations. And then instead the tau bar in there gives us any kind of, or embeds any kind of like systematic reasons why somebody from a group G is interested in living a location L. So in a way, what we think that this picks up is various effects like the natural and cultural amenities. For US-born workers, is this a birth state bias, so the returns from living in your birth state compared to other states, and for foreign, for example, the pool of ethnic enclaves. Now, this tau bar is exogenous for us, so it's just a number. We're not going to change it even in the counterfactuals. The bit of these local amenities, which is going to be changing with the counterfactual, is the price of housing. That's, of course, it's endogenous to location choices, so we want to have that moving once we change the fraction of immigrants. So this is basically it. We could just integrate over the location choice to get the indirect utility. And so we have this clear separation between wage factor and non-wage factor, with this being the systematic component that we will be more interested in. Okay, so identification of this bit here will depend on the location choices of workers. We are gonna take the very useful simplification assumption of the idiosyncratic shock being a Fréchet with a shape theta. So you get a standard gravity equation where the fraction of workers in location L of group G depends on the bilateral resistant term in here, so wages in the location and the amenities in the location, and also the multilateral here across all different other groups. Okay, so from this equation, I mean, it's kind of standard, and we know that this is enough to basically measure the amount of actually the exogenous bit of the amenities, to the extent that we can measure the price of housing in the data. And that's basically what we do. We compare the location choices between the same group across two locations, so L and L prime, and we get that we can measure the exogenous bit of the local amenities to the extent that we measure the price of housing from wages, location choices, given theta. Now, the idea is to estimate theta for us, but we are not there yet, so I'm going to bother you to do the estimation strategy. So for now, we're going to fix it at 3.3 following Hornbeck and Moretti. And here is how these local amenities look like. So on the x-axis, I'm showing the place of birth. So we have all the US, and at the end, the foreign born.
So those shows location choices where for all the workers, regardless of where they are born, or there is...
Yeah, so where they're, no, they're identical. So where they are born is going to be basically picked up by the G.
By the G. Ah, okay.
Yes. So here, basically on the x-axis is the G, even though we are excluding education. So this is across all education category. So you have like place of birth for all the US, so for the first 51. And then at the end, to the right, there is a place of birth for the foreign-born workers. And on the y-axis, there is a destination. So the one thing that you see immediately is this kind of diagonal, right? So the higher utility that each foreign-born US-born worker gets from residing in their own state. And you see that that heterogeneity is that diagonal is what drives most of the heterogeneity across US born. I mean, there is some like systematic effect, like here, Colorado and California seems to be liked by more or less everyone. See, yeah, exactly. There are exactly Florida. And here, if you look at, I guess this is Wyoming. I don't want to say something, but here is like there is much less, it is a bit less heterogeneous. So it looks like they don't like only their birth state, but they like more generally. But you can clearly see that when you look at foreign-born workers, you see much less dispersion in these amenities that how much you see in the US. And just because of this, or at least mostly because of this diagonal.
This is for just
Yes.
Because in physical, there could be other orderings that could help.
But the diagonal would be identical. I mean, you just switch them.
Drawing or something like that. I mean, I'm just complaining that the alphabetic order doesn't give you much.
No, there is no information in that one at all. Yeah, maybe we should order them by something else.
What I'm saying is that there, I don't know which one, but definitely there has to be a more interesting.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, so like this kind of, so in here, but the only point you're making is that, right, there is a lot of birth state is important for this heterogeneity in amenities. So you can think of this birth state kind of bias, as one can call it, will influence location choices and therefore have an impact of level productivity. So I'm going to give you an intuition on how we're going to measure this in the general equilibrium model, just because it might be helpful. So think of output. Here there is no capital yet, so output is going to be just the sum of wages, and so payments to labor. So when you look at output per workers, this is just the weighted average by the group of the specific by the weight, sorry, of the group of the average wages. Where average wages in here are basically weighted by the gravity equation, which is our specification of probabilities or distribution of workers in the model. Okay. So we're going to just use this equation by looking at small variations in labor productivity, so the kind of decomposing small changes in labor productivity. And well, first of all, let me say that in here, what big like an important part, of course, an important and meaningful concept is the cell share. So the importance of each group or the importance of each component will always determine on the will always be linked to the cell shares. So the first component in here, like the split, if you want, between like a shift and share, composition effect and direct effect, so this is on wages. Here is the share of the importance of the group in terms of number of workers, which loads into the productivity change with cell shares, and in similar way also loads the direct effect of changing wages. Now, the bit that we are more interested in is this indirect effect, the labor sorting effect, which depends on all the bits that influence the location choice. So it depends both on wages and depends on the tau, the amenities, in relation to the expected mean. All right. So the way they load in here, they load again with the cell shares, but they also load with the Frechet parameter. Okay. So that theta is going to be an important number for us, and that's the reason why we want to eventually figure out how to, at least have an estimate. Yeah, so let me just talk a little bit about, so if you, in blue in there, I have wages. So the way wages enter is in two ways. They enter directly in here, and they also enter indirectly by the location choice. And you see in here that what matters in terms of whether the contribution of the sorting effect on wages is positive or negative is in the covariation between this changing in wages and the sales share. This is positive, you have any contribution, otherwise, if it is negative, it goes the other way. When it comes to the local amenities instead, that only influences, of course, the location choice. And if you think about a situation where we start from a negative association between the cell shares and the tau, kind of solving this both side bias will increase the covariation between the growth rate of the tau and the cell share, and therefore give a positive contribution to the level of productivity. Yes.
Sorry. So the wages here are taken as fixed. So
yeah, very good. Yeah, so exactly. So this is an example. That's why the reason why I'm not using this formula is because wages are not exogenous. Exactly.
But in principle, then everyone should go to the state with the highest waging, and that would be zero. So like perfect sorting, no?
No, here the labor supply is not completely elastic, right? So that's the Frechet. So you don't get so the labor supply is going to be dependent on the parameter theta. We are not going to, if you set it to infinity, then they're perfect elastic, but we are going to, we set it to 3.3, so there is not an immediate movement of all the workers in one location just because they have higher wages.
Just a follow-on question: Is it sort of the Frechet shock is the only dispersion force here? Yeah,
Yes.
There's no housing or anything else that.
Housing isn't it? Yeah. For now, so not the price of housing is exogenous, but we're gonna just in the once we look at general equilibrium, housing is gonna be endogenous.
Okay.
Yeah, so these are the two bits that we need to endogenize. One is wages, because it depends on the location of factors and the price of location and all of that, and housing, of course, because it is a congestion effect and all that. So basically, that's the next step. So we are going to specify the production side and the equilibrium. So here's the production structure. So it's going to be like a nested production. So we have final output, Y, which is equal to final consumption, being a CS aggregator of output in each location L, with the sigma being the elasticity of substitution. Now, the output in each location is a composite of the output produced by the different groups G. And the output produced in a location by group G takes two inputs. It takes labor and it takes capital. So we're going to think of capital being of different types. So we're going to have J types. And the aggregator, so the shares in here can be, we allow them to be different across locations. When it comes to labor, there is labor productivity in here, which depends on the location and the group. And finally, this is Cobb-Douglas, and potentially we allow for the Kraizen returns to scale production function to think of congestion effect in the production level, which in part would pick up the idea of selection effect, so that the last person you put into production will be less productive than the previous one. However, right now we are actually shutting down completely in the quantification. We are looking at constant to scale, so I don't want to talk too much about that part. And yes, so worker productivity, we're gonna do some, we're gonna allow for agglomeration forces in a very kind of like simplified version. So we say productivity in a location depends on an exogenous part and an endogenous, which is related to the number of workers in the location. And the parameters that we fix it to is the one on Combes and go beyond 2015. So that's, I think it's a 5%. Yeah, so that's production. So in the profit maximization of the final good producer and the locational output producer are here. So wages will be linked to, say, 4 things. The user cost of capital in the location. So that's just geometric average of the user cost in different capital goods, and the weights are just, you know, the weights of the production function. And the price of the location comes from the optimization of the final good producer. The productivity of labor, and this is the decrease in returns to scale bit that comes up. Yeah, so housing. So the demand of housing comes from the solution of the workers' problem in the first bit that I was showing before. The supply will be, we allow for congestion force. So the eta in here on the price is going to be below infinity. We actually set it to the value of Monte, Reading, Rossi-Hansberg, and we are going to calibrate this bit in order to get the price of housing to match the data as we use them in the first bit of the exercise.
Are you going to allow this function to be different across states? Because, you know, some
You mean
states
like
are
the
better
supply?
at, yeah, some states are clearly better at building than others. So like California, for
No.
example, doesn't build.
Yeah, not yet. So the difference across location in here comes from the, so H bar is allowed to be different. So they have kind of the endowment of land. The way you respond to the price of the elasticity is the same. We could potentially, I mean, I don't know. The real problem in there is estimating it. So if you give me different values to put it in, but I don't know if I will trust as my own estimates. I don't know. Yeah, you need the, I guess that's the kind of the loophole. All right, so that's basically it. So now I'm gonna go back to the composition that I was showing before in side partial equilibrium. I'm gonna do it in general equilibrium. So we are looking at changes in TFP here. So output divided by the composite of capital and labor. So the first split is, as before, is really just a shift and share. So the total level of TFP in the economy is just the weighted average of TFP in each group, where the weights depend on the expenditures on wages and capital in that group. So here is the composition effect. So the share bit, and this is on the expenses on labor, and here is expenses on capital. So they load that's in the exercise before in partial equilibrium with the expenditure shares, but on top of that you have the the expenditure share on labor and the expenditure share on capital. And here you have instead the group specific TFP. So keeping the share constant and changing the level of TFP in the group in the specific location. Now we can split this up into the 3 direct effects and then a 2 sorting effect. So the 3 direct effects basically reflect the change in the value of productivity of the endogenous and the exogenous component of productivity. So the direct scale effect here looks at the change in exogenous productivity. Here is the bit that relates to agglomeration, and the prices gives you the value. There are 2 sorting effects, capital and labor. When it comes to capital, the sorting effect is 0 because capital is efficiently allocated. So the only one that matters here is the labor sorting effect. And if I split it up, we'll get something very similar to what I got before, just a little bit additional terms because we have a general equilibrium for wages. So as in the direct effect, you will have a similar structure. So you have the indirect scale effect for the exogenous component of productivity, the endogenous bit of productivity, agglomeration, and then you have the value in here changing the price of location. And here you have the amenities part that influence location choice, so the exogenous part and the endogenous part with the price of housing changing within the allocation. Yeah, so the colors in here, just highlighting anything that relates to amenities in red, and then productivity in blue, and then general equilibrium, so changing prices in green.
So I was hoping that you're gonna connect what you did at the beginning on the facts with this.
Yes. So I'll show you when I show you the result, but the idea to think of it is when you look at the direct effect. So here is basically the this bit. So you sum all together. This is the value of wages. That part is going to be the wage, the foreign bond wage premium.
Okay.
Right.
Which one will be that?
All these. So not the composition. Fix this. This bit in here, which basically is the change in wages. So it's the difference in wages between natives and foreign born. So that's going to be like the level of.
And those in the model are explained by.
Low, I mean, it can be low productivity. So the fact that, so remember, in many years, the foreign bond wage premium was negative, especially when we control for location, actually in all the years, I think.
And then there was a sorting that is always positive.
Yeah, so that was always negative. And what will come out in the counterfactual is because basically either this, so the value of productivity, whether direct or indirect, is basically lower for foreign born and for natives.
Okay.
And then the other bit inside the allocation, to remember that when you were controlling, yeah, exactly. So the sorting effect, so the way they sort, either because of the amenities or because of the structure of productivity, will be positive in the counterfactual. So maybe I should start from. So the idea is to then use this as a formula to change the fraction of immigrants in the economy, or increase, have an influx of immigrants, and see how all these terms move. Right, so from the, I will show you how actually we estimate, we measure the productivity, but we'll find out that the productivity of foreign born is smaller. So once you have more of them, the average productivity will decline. At the same time, they will sort better, in particular because of this bit in here. So the tau, mostly not the prices. So you will get a positive effect. So the big positive effect on sorting will come from this bit. Just because they don't have the Borsted bias. I mean, we don't separate, I mean, I should say, we don't separate between what is Borsted bias or anything else. We use the whole structure of the matrix, but mostly, you know, the heterogeneity is on the diagonal, so I'm guessing that's where most of the effect comes from. Okay, so the last bit in terms of quantification, I will measure workers' productivity and show you the counterfactuals. Maybe here let me just say that in terms of like the differentiation of the capital goods, we are going to use 23 capital goods coming from, I think, 21 equipment plus 2 software. And we already measured the tau in here. So what we really need to measure is the value of productivity, which we're going to get it from the dispersion in the wage net of the user cost of capital. And here is in the way to show it in the formulas if you want. So if you compare the wage in same location across 2 groups, so remember the wage is like 4 components. It has the productivity of the worker, it has decreasing returns, it has the user cost of capital, and it has the price of location. So within the same location, the only heterogeneity comes from the decreasing returns, which are observable to the extent that you observe the capital share and the labor share, and the wages, and the productivity. Okay, so if you look at wages between 2 locations, you can measure, the same location between 2 groups, you can measure the exogenous bit of productivity. Yes, and within the same location, that's a little bit trickier because you have all the different forces in there. And what you can do is to measure the extent of exogenous productivity across locations in the same group. If you take a normalization of share parameter on the aggregate production function. Okay, to the extent that to measure the user cost of capital across location. Since I only have 10 minutes, I'm just going to give you an idea, but the way we measure the user cost of capital goes back to previous work I had with Julieta and David, where we basically look at the tools that are used in different occupations to produce output, and then we aggregate them up at the location level. So we get some heterogeneity in the user cost of capital, which turns out to be important for the pinning down the dispersion in a bar. When we consider the user cost of capital, the dispersion in a bar basically halvens, so it becomes half. All right, so this is a summary. So most of the parameters here are taken from previous research of standard. Let me say that when it comes to the supply of land, we calibrate it in order to get the price of housing in each location. I'm going to show you how well we did in the next slide compared to the data. We are measuring the shares in the capital aggregator ourselves because there is no other computations. Right now, we are still fixing the elasticity of substitution in final good production, so across locational output to previous estimate, but we really need to estimate it because our definition of trade and space is different than the one in the paper at the time citing, so we want to estimate it. A key bit is to have the price of each location, which I think we have a good measure of because we also know capital expenditures, not only labor expenditures, basically. Okay, let me give you the, well, this is model fit. In terms of, this is the only thing we don't target, so that's the only source if you want of external validation. On the amount of developed land, the model and the data, correlation is 82. I guess that's good, but yeah, yeah, that's basically the one moment we don't target. Now going to the counterfactual, the question we want to see is, well, the experiment, let me start from the experiment. We are going to increase the number of immigrants by 0.01%. So we changed it because of your comment, Alex, back in the days. So we increase it of 0.01%. And what we want to do is to use the formula, you know, the composition of output I showed you before, and kind of split out the different components in terms of like the final result. And here is how it looks like. So let me start from the bottom. So remember, we are looking at the change in TFP. So first of all, here, the number is positive. So we're looking at, we are normalizing it to 1. So this is just in order to talk about percentages, but the total number is positive. So there's a positive contribution. Across groups, the contribution is positive, 40% of the value of the aggregate for less than high school and college, but it's negative in the middle. Then,
so, the vacuum fire you have in mind is the distorted economy ones?
You mean like in terms of ex ante or ex post?
But my understanding of that paper was the focus is in distorted economies.
Yes, our distortion is in terms of output, not welfare.
So what was the distortion in your framework?
The tau, but in terms of output, not welfare.
The tau mean the amenities.
Yes. Yes,
Okay,
if you want to maximize output, exactly.
That's about to Alex's question.
Yes. No, exactly. That's why, like.
So you were thinking about that as a welfare decomposition, then
there is no.
There should be an efficient economy.
Yes.
Would it be or not?
Yeah. For welfare, so if you look, yes. So if you think of like maximizing the welfare of U.S. born and foreign born, that's efficient, right? So the Holton tiering will hold for welfare. Yeah.
Okay.
The idea was, I mean, we need to do the actual welfare computation, but the idea is if I am maximizing the welfare of U.S. born, and then I'm thinking about ex ante, basically, I'm thinking how many foreign born I would like to let in. Then in this case, we can think of like how does the sorting effect influence total contribution output, depending on different locations in which it goes through. Okay. But it starts from a distort. In that sense, ex ante is distorted. It's not distorted, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so well, then we do the first bit is the shift and share. So the composition at the bottom and the group specific TFP at the top. So we see that the the TFP effect is much bigger than the composition, even though like across groups, for example, for the less than high school, the composition effect is much stronger than the group TFP. Then we can split up the group TFP in the two different effects, the direct and the sorting effect. So this is the direct effect, so on the value of productivity. And you can see, so if you sum so these 3 bits, you can see that it is much smaller. So it's either negative, the direct productivity effect, or if you sum it all together, it's going to be a relatively small number. So the bit in here that this negative direct productivity effect reflects the fact that I was mentioning before that when you compute the foreign-born wage premium and control for location, that is negative. So, you know, foreign-born workers are less productive than US-born workers. Now, that's not consistent across different groups. This is mostly coming from the middle, basically, when the direct effect here is negative, but it's positive at the two bottom. Direct price is 0 because there's a normalizing price, basically. And the agglomerations are positive because we're introducing more people into the economy. So that's in a way by construction. All right, now the other effect, the labor sorting effect. So at the aggregate, you see that the labor sorting effect is bigger than the direct effect. So that's the reason why we get a positive contribution in here instead of it being negative. And if you want to think about the results we're having at the beginning, this bit in here tells you that once you include the location choices, of foreign-born workers and then foreign-born wage premium that, at least for this year, 2019, turns positive. So it is negative within allocation, but it's positive with the composition effect. Yeah, and there's also, so this labor sorting effect is also positive across all groups, and the strength of it increases with the level of education. Now you can further split up the labor sorting effect in the different bits. So the one that matters the most, just by looking at it, is the exogenous amenities, right? This is really the stronger, to be fair, is the only one which is consistently positive across all the different groups. The indirect value of productivity effect is this basically, you can sum up these three bits over here, and you see that on average they tend to be negative. So this, like the sorting of workers for foreign-born workers, depending on their ability, is not better than the one in the US. And congestion effect, of course, is negative because, again, we're adding people, so that's generates more congestion. So as a last bit, let me split the composition effect into the labor and capital. So at the aggregate by construction, the capital composition is 0 because we are looking at the value of capital, whereas for workers, we are looking at numbers. Maybe we should change that. But for now, that's the way we get it. But you see there is quite a bit of heterogeneity across groups. And in particular, capital becomes very important for college compared to, say, lower level of education. So overall, what is the take home? So at the aggregate, the value of productivity effect, whether direct or indirect by the location choice, is negative. So if you just look at that, you're going to get a negative contribution of foreign-born. But when you consider the amenities effect, then it turns positive. So it's very strong and it turns positive. Now, if you look across groups, the same reasoning at the aggregate works for high school and some college. That's exactly the same line of argument. But when you look at the two extreme, the direct effect is slightly different. So it's positive for the productivity effect on the direct effect is positive for less than high school and college. And it tends to be not, though, positive enough to undo the indirect productivity effect, which is negative. However, in the aggregate, when you also include the exogenous amenities, these are so strong that for these two extremes, you still get a positive contribution. So a positive contribution in the extreme and a negative, basically in the beginning. Sorry? For the direct effect? Yeah, so this one, you can look, so this is the productivity effect, so the exogenous. I would not, I don't know, you can consider also amenities or not independent, but I was more like looking at this plus the price, of course, so altogether. So this tend to be negative on these two bits and at the aggregate, whereas it's positive for less than high school and it's positive for college. But the indirect effects, so these are the same, but basically these three, but going through productivity, so you see that they are consistently negative everywhere, basically. And the one on the relocation, on the labor sorting effect, the one bit that basically gives you all traction is this exogenous amenities. So that is, in a simple way, just to summarize it, like foreign-born workers don't have a border state bias. So they don't have such heterogeneity in amenities compared to US born. And most of the heterogeneity is due to the bias. That's why I'm saying it that way. Yes, but this is it. For me, that's the result, basically. So that's it.
We are out of time.
Thank you.
Now we are going to have a 20-minute break, also for people who are following online, and we will start 10 past 11. Yes.
When you follow back, you have to stay here.
Okay, very good. So thanks for being here. And also thank you to Alessio and Fabio for giving me a presentation slot. So this is structural transformation, firm dynamics, and labor market policies. This is research in a relatively preliminary stage, an early stage. It's not new, but still preliminary, unfortunately. And I'm now trying to get it back on track. Okay, so the broad goal of this paper is to study labor market policies in the context of sectoral reallocations. Now, labor market policies, so for example, employment protection, minimum wages, these are instruments. They're widely used and they have been in place for a long time. So for example, the first national minimum wage in the US was introduced in 1938. In the UK, it goes even back further in time to the 16th century. Dismissal regulations were introduced in France in the 18th century. So this has a long history, and therefore there's also many studies, especially empirical studies, trying to understand what are the economic effects of these policies. There's a lot of studies produced, a lot of results, but I think it's fair to say that the evidence that we know, or the findings that we have seen so far, is largely inconclusive. You find a lot of different results. So for example, with respect to employment protection, the effect on, say, productivity, employment, unemployment, you find all sorts of results: positive, negative, ambiguous, no effect, and so on. With respect to the minimum wage, it's comparable. That instead of putting on a lot of papers, references, here I wanted to illustrate a very telling quote by David Neumark, who is a main contributor to this field, saying that the literature on the minimum wages is about a century old, hundreds of studies, but the debate remains intense and unsettled. Okay, so in short, the evidence is all over the map. Now, this paper aims to contribute to this discussion by making the point that when we study labor market policies, it's actually key to adopt a sectoral perspective, to take into account sectoral reallocations. Now, why sectoral reallocations? Now, it's the key premise of this paper that labor market policies per se are not sector neutral, but their effect differs across sectors. I'll be more specific later on what I mean by this. And therefore, the sectoral composition, since labor market policies are not sector neutral per se, the sectoral composition of the economy matters for how the policy affects aggregate outcomes, or what the measured aggregate effect is. Now, this is the first point that the paper makes. The second point is that since labor market policies per se are not sector neutral, they will affect structural transformation, so the sectoral reallocations, in important ways. Okay. Now, to fix ideas, just to fix ideas at the beginning, let's think about employment protection as an example. So firing costs. Now, firing costs are bad for firms mostly, because when firing costs are in place, firms, they are restricted in the flexibility of firing costs. They restrict firms' ability to flexibly adjust their workforce in case they need to do so. Okay, so, and it's the key observation, the key premise of the paper is that sectors, they differ in the degree in which firms require this flexibility. Okay, so think about, for example, services and manufacturing. Now, as I will show you later, the service sector is a very dynamic sector with a lot of turnover, a lot of worker churning, job turnover, firm or establishment entry and exit. Okay, so it's natural to conjecture that firms in services, they face more often than firms in manufacturing the need to adjust their workforce, more so than firms in manufacturing, which of course also has turnover, also has worker churning, but to a much lesser extent than firms in services. And I will show you some facts later on this. So taken together, this seems to suggest that employment protection may have more bite in the service sector, which is the high turnover sector where firms very often need to adjust their workforce. Now, this has two implications. Namely, first of all, the sectoral composition will matter for how employment protection or firing costs affect labor market outcomes. If, for example, we have an economy that has a large service sector, so an economy where we have a lot of turnover, then then layoff costs or firing costs, they will have a larger aggregate effect. If, however, with an economy where the low turnover manufacturing sector is large, then the policy may have a small effect. Okay, the second implication is that since the policy itself is not sector neutral, so to speak, and it mainly depresses job creation in the high turnover service sector, it will itself slow down structural change by discouraging job creation in the high turnover sector. So it slows down structural change by preventing or by reducing the reallocation from the low turnover manufacturing sector to the high turnover service sector. Now, if there's some truth to this story, we should see that, for example, countries that have high layoffs costs or strict employment protection will also have a larger manufacturing share. Yes.
How should we think about the interaction with formality here? Sort of the decision of a firm to be formal, where labor market policies are they're more likely to be enforced versus informal, and how that affects the size distribution of firms.
Okay.
Is that something that a margin that we should think at,
yes.
or do we only think about the formal segment?
Now here in this paper, I only have a formal sector, but that's certainly something that is worth considering, because I mean, when we talk about informal work or an informal sector, then the policy per se may not affect the employment decision of the firm, and in a previous step may actually affect how the firm places itself, whether in the formal or in the informal sector. So per se, it may actually affect like the size of the informal sector. That's something that is probably important, but it's something that I'm not going to tackle here in this paper.
So,
yeah.
But employment protection depends also often on firm size. For example, services generally have firms with less employees, so the employment protection is bite less.
Yeah.
So about this idea.
Good. Good point. And I know more about size dependence after talking to Giovanni about Italian labor laws and size dependent policies. Here, I'm talking at a more abstract level about layoff costs that are not size specific, also not sector specific, but it's like one layoff cost that applies to all firms. But then, of course, digging deeper, it would make sense, especially when one takes this notion seriously, that policies may not only have different effects on sectors, but may also have different characteristics across sectors. It would be worthwhile to go along that route. Yes. Okay. Just to finish up on the second point, when there's some truth to this, we should see that countries have strict employment protection, high layoff costs, then according to this logic should also have larger manufacturing shares. But just to illustrate this, it's not meant to be a causal statement here or any causality here. It's just a simple correlation. Yes, Alex.
Just one question. Is it obvious that we should look at sectors as opposed to occupations, which will also have a direct relationship with that some occupations are more intensive, more intensively used in some sectors? So could it be that the effects are that, you know, the employment protection affects particular more some occupations, and that will be not sector specific, because there's some sectors use a lot of, you know, janitors or but it's not so much about the sector, it's just directly on the occupation side.
I agree with you. There's it may be worthwhile to look at the occupation level. Here I'm focusing on sectors because in many cases there's a very tight link between the sector of work and the occupation. Okay, so service-related occupations are employed mostly in the service sector, but there's no one-to-one link. But I agree that this is something to keep in mind. Yes.
The managers.
Yeah.
Secretary.
Yes. Yeah. Because I mean, yes. I mean, turnover is tied to the occupation itself, and therefore it would be perhaps also useful to specify this in terms of occupations. Yes.
Relatedly to the question, I was wondering, I mean, the variance within the sectors, in this case, broadly defined manufacturing and services, is so high that I was thinking maybe this should be addressed also from the functional point of view, more than sectors. For example, I mean, offshoring destroys manufacturing a lot, but in reality, it's just a shift of function. So, I mean, it's related also with occupation, but functional specialization or the sectoral specialization might play behind.
It's a good point. I've previous work where in fact we split occupations and sectors, and we talk about like reallocation across sectors and occupations, and there is an important margin, definitely. So that's something that is worthwhile to keep in mind when thinking forward with this project. Okay, so what do we see in terms of like simple correlations? Here on the x-axis we have the strictness of employment protection. That's an index that is compiled by the OECD for 61 countries, the average from 85 to 2019. Countries that are further to the right, they have more strict employment protection. And on the vertical axis, we have the manufacturing employment share. Indeed, we see a positive relationship, which is in line with the story that I've mentioned before. Also, in terms of changes, we see a positive relationship, namely countries where we see a decline or we see a stronger decline in the strictness of employment protection also experience faster decline in the manufacturing sector. But there's just some correlations to motivate this story to some extent. Okay, so what are the objectives of this paper? It's twofold, actually 3 points. The third is implicit here. The first goal is to analyze how policies are affected, first of all, by the sectoral compositions, and also by reallocations. And then the second step to ask, how does the effect of labor market policies depend on the sectoral composition of the economy? So it's essentially two-way feedback effect, how the policy affects structural change and how structural change and the sectoral composition affects the aggregate effect of the policy. Okay, in order to address this point, I'm going to set up a multi-sector model of structural change. A multi-sector model of structural change, but not the canonical model that we use usually for analyzing sector reallocations, because that framework typically doesn't take the firm seriously. We usually have like a CS or a Cobb-Douglas production function, but we don't really, in this framework, we usually don't think about like job creation, job destruction, firm entry, firm exit. That's something that we leave out of the picture here. So I'm going to essentially make a synthesis between the structural change literature and the literature on firm dynamics that takes these things into consideration and seriously, namely job creation by the firm, entry, and so on. And I think this synthesis is very fruitful and also very important when we talk about reallocations. Because in structural change, we typically talk at an abstract level about reallocation of employment, of production from manufacturing to services. But we never really specifically talk about who creates these jobs in services. Yeah? What are the firms? Are these entrants? Are these incumbent firms? Are these small firms? Are these large firms? Huh? How are these jobs created? And I think such a framework is useful per se to analyze policies, because very often policies per se are sector specific, barriers to entry, for example. And therefore, if you have barriers to entry, that may per se already restrict the reallocation. Okay, so large part of today's presentation is actually not so much about these points, but about the framework that I'm going to develop in order to bring together these two strands. So I'm going to focus on the theoretical analysis of this model, and then later on, that's not in the presentation so far, is the goal is to calibrate the model to the US and use it for quantitative policy analysis. Okay, very briefly related work. I mean, there's a lot of work also using structural models on the effect of labor market policies, taking into account also firm dynamics, but that's usually adopting a one sector perspective in the spirit of, for example, a Hoppenheim-Rogerson model, but there's also follow-up and work on this. There is a literature that talks about the differential effects of labor market policies, differential effect across firms. So this in spirit, this is already related to what I do. I more talk about sectors rather than different types of firms. So there's work on this that, for example, finds larger effects of policies, of labor market policies on innovative firms or firms with larger shock variance. And so the lens of my analysis or my model, employment protection per se is a mobility cost, is a cost to to reallocation across sectors. And there's a literature that talks about labor mobility costs using, however, different concepts. So for example, barriers to entry and reallocation. That's where I contribute to as well. Okay, now the outline of the rest of the talk. So first I'm going to present a couple of facts about sectors and sectoral turnover, then turn to the model of structural change that incorporates firm dynamics, and then we see some of the theoretical analysis. Okay, facts. Facts I'm going to present you have, they are twofold, or they have a, they can be split into two parts. In the first part, I want to present facts on turnover across sectors. Turnover of workers, so worker churning, job creation, job destruction, but also firm and establishment entry and exit, to make the point that sectors, they differ in the rate of turnover. So I'm going to say that there are high turnover sectors and low turnover sectors, and we're going to see how much they differ. And this is meant to be indirect evidence for the required flexibility of firms to adjust their workforce. Okay, so when we see a sector that has a lot of turnover, then the main takeaway, at least for me, is that in these sectors, firms, they are confronted more often than firms in other sectors with the need to adjust their workforce. And then in the second part, we want to understand, okay, so these different sectors, how do they evolve over time, at least in the US? Okay, so how does their composition change in terms of employment, but also in terms of firms and establishments? And these facts are important because a model of structural change that takes firms seriously should be able to capture both of these parts. Here, I'm mostly focusing on, when I say sectors, in this part, I'm mostly focusing on a very broad sector classification into manufacturing and services, but of course, one can also consider this at a more disaggregated level. Okay, let's start with worker churning by sector. Here I use data from the CPS in order to compute worker turnover, computed as the probability of losing a job at a 1 month frequency, separate manufacturing and services. And here we see that the probability of a worker to lose a job in manufacturing is 2.2%, in services a lot higher, especially for low tenured workers. So workers that have been with the firm for less than 2 years. For high tenured workers, you see that it's very similar already. So it seems that in services, there may be, for example, different reasons why low tenured workers may get fired in services more often or with a higher probability than in manufacturing. For example, could be more mismatch per se of service firms. They experiment more, could also be, for example, more temporary jobs in services. We can disaggregate the service sector. It's a large sector. It's very heterogeneous. We can ask, okay, is the average, is it representative for different types of services? I mean, in services, we have different subsectors like trade, transportation, finance, personal services, business services. And there you see that by and large, we see high turnover and also in the subsectors of services. So by and large, we see higher worker churning in services, which is also in line with previous evidence that has been produced. Moreover, we can also ask, or we can also get from the CPS the information on the type of contracts, or to what extent, for example, contracts with flexible hours are prevalent in different sectors. And there we also see that this is much more prevalent in services than in manufacturing per se. This was the cross-sectional average. We can also look at this over time. There you see that these differences between manufacturing and services, they're very persistent, they're very prevalent. We see this over the last decades as well. Now we can turn to job and establishment turnover. There we get a similar picture. We use data from the US, from the BDS, the business dynamic statistics. Job creation, job destruction, we see that in services also a lot higher, as well as establishment, entry and exit. Again, when we disaggregate and look at a more fine-grained sector level, we see that this is relatively prevalent and applies to service subsectors as well. Okay, also this holds over time. We see this known pattern of declining business dynamism, but we see that the difference between services and manufacturing is rather persistent. Now, lastly, as a second set of facts, we want to understand how do these sectors, namely the high turnover services and low turnover manufacturing, how do they evolve over time in terms of composition? Here we're going to focus on different things. Now, the first graph is familiar to many of you. It's the employment shares. The employment share of services, the red line, it's increasing over time. As we know, the service sector has expanded in terms of employment. And manufacturing, which is here actually manufacturing plus construction plus mining, has declined. Now, the key question is, where does this increase in service employment come from? Does it come from more firms entering the service sector? We can compute the firm share. And there you see, no, it's not more firms entering the service sector relative to manufacturing. So the firm share in services is almost flat. We've seen slight increase in the last part of the time period, but then it has been at around 80% since the mid-1970s. Okay, so the takeaway here is that the increase in service employment, the expansion of service employment is not due to more service firm entering. Now you can say, okay, firms is one thing, but maybe there were more establishments entering per firm. Okay, we can also look at this, namely the establishment share. Okay, similar picture. Again, almost flat in services. Okay, has been around 82% in the US, only a small increase. So therefore, the third margin must pick up everything, namely the employment per establishment. This is where the sector employment, the service sector increase comes from. There we see a massive increase in the average size of establishments in terms of employment in the service sector. So the expansion of the service sector, therefore, is due to the average service establishment growing larger over time. And the decline in manufacturing comes from the average manufacturing establishment shrinking over time. Okay, so it's not firm entry and exit that is the important margin, or establishment entry and exit, but it's the size that matters. Alessio.
But this applies also to firms, not only to establishment, right? So the average firm in services.
Yes, exactly. Since the shares are constant, the average firm size is increasing. Yes. Okay, so let's recap. At this point, the facts I've shown you, they indicate, or there was a question. Yeah, sorry.
You can finish yours.
Go ahead.
Sorry if I missed this, but do you have a sense of the sort of the turnover rates and the flexible work time proportions for firms of similar sizes across the two sectors?
No, I could look into this, but I've not done that yet. Okay. Yes, but it's a good point. I mean, one ideally should control for composition effects. This is one thing, and another thing which may be important is to look at, say, more direct evidence of employer-induced turnover. Because when I look at worker churning or job loss probabilities of workers, this may be worker-induced, so workers quitting away. This is a case where employment protection or firing costs do not apply. So it's more the worker-induced, the firm-induced separations that may matter. So there's another thing that I still need to look at.
So I think the way I read it is a tension between the facts. At the beginning, you're stressing service and manufacturers firms seems to be very different, or sectors in terms of churning. Mm. But then when you see the evolution of the decline in churning, the decline in services decline much faster than in. So the gap is closing to some extent. Mm. I guess for sure in creation. And then the side is changing the side distribution. One interpretation of that is that and there's a literature on that there's a set of modern service firms that look more like what manufacturing firms look in the past. Will this be a sensible interpretation of your facts, or?
Possibly, I have to think about it.
You're trying to go against that because you're saying, well, if it's disaggregated within sectors, you don't see a very clear pattern. Yeah. But maybe there are different type of firms in sectors that might.
It's a good point. I can't project at this point because I would have to, for example, control for composition, perhaps take firm level data to see to what extent it's really different types of firm, or it applies to like the same type of firms across two sectors. So to what extent, say, the sector fixed effect is important in that sense. Alex?
Possibly annoying question. It's annoying. This decline in manufacturing per established employment per establishment, could that be part of the reclassification of workers thinking of outsourcing? That used to be that all the cleaning or all the back office, some of the stuff was done by in-workers, and then now it gets outsourced to other companies that are essentially providing services.
Yes.
So they are no longer part of the manufacturing firm,
Yeah.
employees of the manufacturing firm, but they are providing
It's a
service.
possibility, yes. Yeah. Yeah, Javier?
So you presented the difference in churning, but also my prior is that manufacturing jobs tend to be more sector jobs. So that might explain why firms are not able to, fire workers as easily. And yeah.
Could be. I mean, it adds to the whole story that like labor market policies, not only like employment protection, but also others or institutions like unions have different effects across sectors. Yeah. So it adds to this idea that it's not sector neutral per se, but effects are different. Yes. Okay, very good. So so my takeaway, at least from perhaps I've partly convinced you, is that firms and services are different in the sense that they are subject to more frequent labor adjustments. So they more often experience this, or they find themselves in a situation where they need to adjust their labor force, and therefore it's natural to conjecture that, for example, dismissal regulations, layoff costs, they're more relevant in the service sector. Now, the next step is to build a model that can speak to both parts, namely structural changes in sectoral composition, but also firm dynamics part. And this is where the rest of the presentation will mostly focus on. And I'm going to use this model to analyze the interaction between policies and sectoral relocation. So this two-way feedback effect, namely from the policy and its effect on the sectoral relocations, but also on, say, the sectoral composition of an economy and how that matters for how the labor market policy affects aggregate outcomes. The model that I'm going to develop is essentially a synthesis of a multi-sector structural change model in the spirit of Comyn, Lashkari, Mastieri, where firms are heterogeneous, like in the Melitz model, and firms, they are uncertain about their productivity and they learn about their productivity. And this is what induces endogenous separations in this model, because bad productivity matches, they are sorted out, that leads to separations. One could as well, I suppose, also take structural change model and add a Hoppenheim structure where firms face productivity shocks, and that leads to endogenous separation. So there's different ways to incorporate the two literatures. This specification, or these features that I've chosen here, mean that the model is still relatively tractable, so I can analyze it theoretically quite well. Quantitatively, I suppose there are also alternative ways to incorporate these two literatures. Okay, so let's briefly introduce the building blocks of the models. We have two sectors of production. One could use more sectors, but here I start with two, namely manufacturing and services. They're indexed by I. In each sector, there's a mass of differentiated consumption varieties, a mass Ni, so that may differ across sectors. And each variety is produced by a single firm. And the mass of varieties that is endogenous, that's determined by firm entry and exit. Okay, now let's start with the firm. Each firm has one job. Okay, so this is a simplifying assumption, implying that in the simplified version of the model that I'm presenting you here, I cannot speak to firm size. Okay, but in the extended version, there will be large firms. Okay, so each firm has one job, and again, for simplicity, remains productive for at most 2 periods. Okay, so it's again in the extended model, the firm life cycle will be longer. Now, a firm is characterized by a level of productivity. The productivity can be high, C bar, or C lower bar. Okay, so firms can be high productive or low productive. The firm, when it enters the economy, it does not know its productivity. Okay, so productivity is initially unknown, but it observes upon entering the probability that it is high productive. Now, this is borrowed from Priest and Rogers. So when the firm enters the economy, it draws a signal, or it draws the probability that it's high productive, and it observes this probability. It doesn't observe whether it's high productive or not, but the probability of being high productive. Now it observes pi, the probability, and then it decides whether to stay and produce or to exit. So even without producing, after entry, the firm observes its probability and it can immediately exit. Now the expected output of a firm with probability pi is equal to A times C, where C is the expected or the average productivity. Okay, with probability pi, it's high productive, 1 minus pi, it's low productive. and A is TFP. It's aggregate TFP, so it's not sector specific. It's aggregate TFP that is assumed to grow at some constant rate gamma. At the end of the first period, when the firm decides to stay in the economy, the productivity is revealed. Okay, so high productive firms, they stay also for the second period, where their output is equal to next period's TFP times the high productivity level. Low productivity firms, they exit and they will lay off the workers, or their worker, there's only one. Now we can write down the value function of an entering firm in each sector, which is equal to current period revenues minus labor costs plus the expected continuation value. So with probability pi, the firm is high productive. It's around next period. It's probability 1 minus pi, it exits. And for now, the exit is costless. Okay, so our benchmark is no layoff costs, for example. Okay, so we can index the firm not by the variety it produces, but by the probability that it has drawn after entry. Now one can show that the value function is strictly increasing in the pi. So higher probability of being high productive means also higher firm value. So we can compute the unique cutoff for which the value of entering is equal to 0. Now this cutoff, as we'll see later, is sector specific. That's very important because the cutoff determines, for example, the productivity of the incumbent firms, but it also determines the turnover. Okay, when, for example, the cutoff is very low, then you will have firms in the market, in the economy, that have a high probability of being low productive and therefore a high probability of exiting. So the turnover in the economy is determined by the sector-specific cutoff. Okay, entry. In order to enter the economy, firms, they pay a fixed cost in units of labor. So they enter, they draw their signal, and then they decide whether to stay or to exit immediately. So in equilibrium, we're going to have a free entry condition, which equates the cost of entry to the expected return of entering in a standard way. Okay, now there are different, we can compute the mass of firms in each period, or in a given period, we have a mass F of E of firms that enter in a sector I. Not all of them say, because some of them may have a bad draw, only the firms above the cutoff, they stay. So the firms that continue, F of C, is a fraction of the entering firm, where the fraction is given by the probability of drawing a probability above the cutoff. Now, among those firms that decide to stay, not all of them will survive into the next period, because some of them will turn out to be low productive and they will exit. Okay, so the surviving firms are given, or the fraction of surviving firms is given by the conditional probability of pi, or the probability of pi conditional on pi being above the cutoff. We can compute this. So this is the fraction of surviving firms, F prime, because it's next period, S, so surviving firms, is a fraction of the firms that continue. So the total mass of active firms in a given period is given by the surviving firms from last period and the entrants that continue. Okay, so this is the total mass of active firms, and at the same time, it's also the total number of varieties, because in the economy we have one firm producing one variety, so the mass of firms in a sector determines also the mass of available consumption varieties. Okay, let's move on to the household. Here we have essentially a canonical.
Number is going to grow over time.
This is going to change over time, yes.
So either you have the first period or
Yeah.
you remain forever.
No, yeah. In the simplified version of the model, the life cycle of the firm is restricted to 2 periods. So firms enter when they stay and survive into the next period, and they're around next period, but then they're out. And then so there's continuous turnover of firms, yes. Okay, let's move on to the household. Here, essentially, we have a standard structural change model. Let's talk about preferences first. Here, I borrow the preferences from Comin, Lashkari, Mastieri, where C is the consumption index. And so the household derives the utility from C, from consumption, which is a composite of manufacturing goods, CM, and services, CS. Okay, and this structure, for those who are not familiar with this preference specification, essentially a non-homothetic CS preference structure, where we have the CS aggregating manufacturing goods, CM, and services, CS, and the C, the consumption index here, is implicitly defined because it also appears on the right-hand side This is essentially a utility weight on each of the sectoral consumption. Now, this specification implies, together with the assumption that epsilon s is larger than epsilon m, see epsilon s is up here, associated with the utility weight on services, epsilon m appears here, the utility weight on manufacturing. This implies that in a growing economy, where the consumption index C goes up over time, the utility weight on manufacturing and services increases, but in a differential way. So when epsilon s is larger than epsilon m, then the utility weight on services increases faster than the utility weight on manufacturing, implying that we have nonlinear angle curves. Or in other words, the income elasticity of demand for services is larger than 1, and the income elasticity of demand for manufacturing goods is smaller than 1. So as the consumer, or as the economy grows richer, the consumer reallocates expenditures from manufacturing towards services. This gives you a persistent income effect. Okay, now these objects here, CM and CS, they are by themselves composites of the varieties produced in each sector. Remember, in each sector, manufacturing and services, we have a mass of firms that produce differentiated consumption varieties. So in manufacturing, we have mass of firms producing manufacturing varieties, and these are aggregated again through a CES, but now a homothetic CES, into the manufacturing consumption index, and the same for services. Okay, so Cij is the consumption of variety J of sector I, which is produced by one firm in sector I. This is aggregated over all available varieties in the in sector I. Now the household owns firms, finances entry costs, and at the same time gets claims to profits. With a budget constraint of the household, hope you can see this given the chairs here. It's very simple, saying that the total expenditures on manufacturing varieties plus the total expenditures on service varieties plus assets, which is the value of firm, is equal to total labor income plus total asset income, which is profits. Okay, now I don't have too much time left. How much time do I have? 10 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay, then I can go through this. Now, the households optimization problem, we can split into 3 parts. Okay, so there's a 3-stage optimization problem. You can also solve it in one step, but for illustrative purposes, I find it easier to split this into different stages. The first stage, which solves the intratemporal optimization problem, the household decides for a given level of CI, so for a given level of, for example, service consumption, how much to consume of each service variety. This is written as a cost minimization problem. The household minimizes the expenditures on service varieties, respecting the constraint on total services. We can derive the optimality conditions and derive the demand function for each variety, which says that the consumption of each variety depends on the relative price. So Pij is the price of variety J in sector I, and Pi is the ideal price index. It's essentially an average over all prices of service varieties. And it also depends on the level of the consumption index, of the sectoral consumption index. Okay, now in the second stage, we can essentially go one step up. Now we can compute the optimal allocation of consumption expenditures between CM and CS, so manufacturing, the manufacturing composite and the service composite for a given level of the aggregate consumption index, again written as a cost minimization problem, subject to the definition of the consumption index. Here we again get first order conditions. We can collapse them to derive relative sectoral expenditures. Now this is probably very familiar to many of you, saying that the relative sectoral expenditures on services to manufacturing depends on 2 important drivers of sector reallocations, namely the relative price between services and manufacturing. Now we assumed, in line with empirical evidence, that sigma, the elasticity of substitution between manufacturing and consumption, is smaller than 1, meaning that if the relative price of services, for example, goes up, so services become more expensive in relative terms, and the consumer consumes or spends more on services relative to manufacturing. This is the so-called price effect of structural transformation. We also have the income effect present here, which is governed by changes in C over time. And we assume that epsilon S is larger than epsilon M. So the superscript here is positive, meaning that in a growing economy, where the service index C goes up over time, the household reallocates expenditures again from manufacturing to services. Okay, so you see these two drivers, the income effect here and the price effect incorporated in this equation. Now, we can then aggregate consumption expenditures. This is relatively straightforward here. Okay, now in the third stage, last stage of the household optimization problem, we solve the intertemporal problem. Because the household not only decides within each period how to allocate consumption expenditures, but also decides intertemporally, it has a dynamic choice about how much to consume today versus how much to consume tomorrow. This is a standard dynamic optimization problem. We have log utility function. It maximizes the present discounted value of future utilities subject to the budget constraint. And this gives us a standard Euler equation. Okay, now equilibrium can define in a relatively standard fashion, consists of allocations, prices, the cutoff values, which are sector specific, mass of entrants. And then the usual thing has to, the usual conditions have to be satisfied. Free entry, households optimization, labor market clearing, goods market clearing, and finally also asset market clearing. Okay, so let's talk about the model mechanics. In order to understand, for example, what are the effects of sector size, also sector reallocations, and what is the implied turnover across sectors. Now, the first result that we can establish is that there's a positive relation between the size of a sector and the rate of worker turnover, the rate of job turnover. Now, notice in this model, worker turnover and job turnover is the same thing because each firm has only one job. Now, we can here demonstrate a so-called, or what I call a static market size effect. You can use the zero profit condition of the firm and use this in order to demonstrate that the size of the sector is related to the rate of turnover. Okay, so we can essentially show that when CS is larger than CM, so production in service, or the service sector is larger than the manufacturing sector, then this implies that the cutoff in services is lower than the cutoff in manufacturing. Okay, what is the intuition for this result? Well, it says that when the service sector is large, and this means that there's a lot of demand for services for each firm that produces service varieties. Okay, so the service sector is large, or consumer demands a lot of services. CS is large, which means that it also demands a lot of each individual service variety. Okay, so each service firm faces a lot of demand. Okay, so for an entering firm, this means that it pays off to stay in the market even for a low draw of the probability. So even if it has a low draw of the probability, and due to the large market that it can serve, it pays off, it's profitable to stay in the market. If on the other hand, for example, we are in manufacturing, and manufacturing is super small, then the demand that each manufacturing firm gets is very, very small. So therefore, only the most productive firms, only those with the best signals, they will stay in the market. Okay, so the cutoff in am I doing this? No. So the cutoff in services is lower than the cutoff in manufacturing. Okay, which means that in services we will have a larger share of low productivity firms staying after entry. Now, these low productivity firms, their low productivity will be revealed after the first period. They will exit, and therefore we get more firms exiting the service sector, or a higher fraction of firms exiting in the service sector. Okay, now a second result that follows immediately from the first is that since the cutoff is lower in services, also the average productivity in services will be lower than in manufacturing and more dispersed. Because we also have all these low pi firms staying in services, so on average productivity is lower and more dispersed.
Despite the fact that you have fair share of exit, because essentially on a dynamic path, this process is repeating itself, this entry-exit game, and this is what's contributing to the long-run separation between the manufacturing and services TFP.
Right.
What if do you have the are like the entry costs or anything changing over time?
No.
So, okay, so you could essentially add an ingredient like that and get compression or greater. Okay.
I mean, this is just for theoretical analysis. I haven't brought this to the data. There will be, I mean, the model will fail among many dimensions. So there are other things that could be introduced, like sector-specific things, in order to make the model match. Entry costs are is one dimension. Okay, let's now talk about, let's talk about, say, the dynamic effects or the dynamic mechanisms that the model produces. Now, a standard result is that when we have positive TFP growth, aggregate TFP growth, then this leads to reallocation from manufacturing towards services. Now, this is the standard income effect that is at play here. When aggregate TFP goes up and average productivity in each sector goes up, the consumer has more income. Remember, the income elasticity of demand for services is larger, so the richer consumer allocates more expenditures towards services. And with the standard reallocation, the standard structural change towards reallocation. Now, we also get a dynamic market size effect in this model, implying that there's a positive relationship between the sectoral growth rate, so the rate at which a sector expands, and the rate of worker turnover. Okay. In order to understand this, let's go back to the value function of the firm, which implies that when tomorrow's demand, sectoral demand, C prime, is larger than today's demand, so for example, the service sector expanding, then this raises the profits of the firm between two periods. Okay, so in a growing market, the firm knows that it makes certain number of profits today, but since the market is larger tomorrow, it can make larger profits tomorrow. Okay, there will be more demand for its variety. Okay, so this means that for the entering firm that serves the market today, but an even larger market tomorrow, it knows that there's an option value of staying in the market. Okay, the option value given by the higher profits tomorrow. So firms will survive even with a low draw of pi because of this option value of serving the larger market tomorrow. Okay, so in a sector that is growing and expanding and generating more demand over time, firms will stay in the market because they will survive even with a low draw of pi. This is similar to this notion in labor economics brought forward by Lazier of hiring risky workers. Okay, the option value of tomorrow's productivity makes firms hire today also workers that seem unproductive. Okay, so this implies that we have higher turnover in the growing sector. And going back to the data again, the service sector is growing through the lens of the model. It means that there will also be higher turnover. So this model generates the patterns, or some of the patterns I showed you at the beginning, namely higher turnover in services endogenously. Okay, so it's not that we need, for example, different productivity process across sectors, but the model, through the reallocation and the changing size, generates the higher turnover endogenously. Okay, very good. Now, as a last result, let's come back to labor market policies and firing costs, just very briefly. Now, if we introduce a firing cost, just a simple cost T, then this cost lowers the option value of staying in the market. Okay, so we have T here. When the firm exits, when it learns that it's low productive and it lays off its worker, it is going to pay a fixed cost T, which lowers the option value of staying in the market. Okay, so this means that a firing cost reduces the sector reallocation because it depresses job creation in the otherwise growing market, in the otherwise growing service market, through lowering the option value. At the same time, it also means that the firing cost increases productivity in the sector because of selection effects. Okay, so all the firms that have bad draws and in the absence of the firing cost would stay in the market because of the option value, they now exit because in the case of exit, they couldn't afford to pay the firing cost. Okay, very good. So let's briefly summarize and think about the many next steps that have to follow in this project. Now, the objective of the broad objective of the paper is to analyze labor market policies in the context of sector reallocations, explore this two-way feedback effect, namely the effect of policies on sector reallocations, but also on how the sectoral composition matters for how a policy affects aggregate outcomes. Now, the key idea underlying this paper, the key premise is that sectors, they differ in the extent to which firms require flexibility of labor adjustment. And I proposed a model that combines essentially the structural change aspects and also aspects of firm dynamics into one model that is now useful to analyze the interaction between policies and sector reallocations. Now, in the context of these models, the differences in turnover across sectors emerge endogenously, and then they emerge because we have sector reallocations that lead to changes in the market size. Now, next steps, many next steps, namely one obvious next step is in the context of this model to analytically characterize the effect of policy on the equilibrium in a much more detailed way, and also the feedback effect. And then on the quantitative side, there will be an analysis of a full model where firms have a life cycle of more than 2 periods and also can hire more workers. So the model is able to speak to one of the facts I showed you at the beginning, that the increase or the expansion of the service sector is due to the average service firm growing larger. So a model that can speak to firm size will also be the next step. That's it. Thank you.
Fortunately, we are out of time for questions, so we have to move to the next speaker. Alexander Mongaracco, I hope I pronounce more or less. Okay. So, geography, human capital, and upward mobility in developing countries.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. It's great. It's great to be here in beautiful Cagliari. So this is joint work with Alex Ludwig, who is still at Goethe, but he's moving to the UI, with Nicolas Sirichas, who this year started as a faculty at Berlin, but he was 1 year also in UI, and he graduated from Goethe. So this paper has a long way to go. So just to set up expectations, it's a fairly ambitious project. It has an angle that, of course, is going to emphasize the development side of countries. One of the things that I've been convinced more and more is that to understand why some countries are poor and some countries are rich, we also have to understand why some people in the poor countries are poor and why some people in the poor countries remain rich. So I really think that there's some additional insights when we think within country inequality to understand the across country inequalities. So this is one, if you wish, a continuation of a project that I had on favelas in Brazil along the structural transformation, the formation of slums or shanty towns along the structural transformation of countries. And here we have a much more ambitious goal of covering mobility within developing countries across the countries in the world. So just to set up what are the ideas that we are after here. When we look at the data, and I'm going to talk mostly about the collected data that we have and some additional data that we are going to work on, we see big differences in upward and also downward education mobility that happen across different countries, say Mexico versus Argentina, but also within countries, say Northern Mexico, Southern Mexico. And there, of course, it involves all sorts of different issues. The most obvious, equity, upward mobility, what is even the sustainability of the polities of the different countries, if there is a sense of fairness, if there is a sense that if you put effort, then people can move up. That will be a very different mentality of the country. If there is a sense of equality of opportunities, if people are disengaged because they believe that the system is unequal. However, one thing that I would like to emphasize is that we have been doing work on misallocation of resources, and most of the measures is in terms of how much output we lose, because we have people producing in unproductive cities or unproductive locations versus another unproductive locations. Today, Elisa presented some of the papers. By the way, I didn't make as much progress as you did the last time we presented, and I'll tell you why later. And one point that I want to mention is that if we think about what countries do in each point in time, is not only produce goods, food, shoes, clothing, housing, we also produce skills for the next generation. And those skills will be the ones driving the productivity of the country later on. So when we think about misallocation, there is an intertemporal aspect that I think some people have emphasized, but I think in the context of developing countries, perhaps it needs to be emphasized a little bit further. And that's what we want to say. And here, the idea is that there could be places that are highly productive, and this high productivity or high productive or low productive has two dimensions. One is how good this place is in terms of producing agricultural goods or manufacturing goods and so on and so forth. What is the level of human capital formation across countries? And one of the things that I really want to make sure that after this presentation gets clear is that when we think of countries, inside each country, there could be a lot of heterogeneity. There could be, even if you look at a poor country, the educational prospects depends on which part of the country we're. And this is, of course, is very understood, and it has become very popular from the work of Rasheti in terms of the US, that there's some maps in terms of high mobility and low mobility. But that happens in Brazil, that happens in Ghana, that happens in India, that happens in Costa Rica, even though it's a small country. That's my country. There is a lot of heterogeneity. So when we think about the barriers to productivity, what we want to add and emphasize here with a very stylized model. I wish we had the structure and the capacity or the information to do the geographic richness of the first paper. We are very far from that. But still, we have, with limited data, we're going to try to capture the heterogeneity of multiple countries. So it's a big picture paper, but it also we try to look at, in as much as we can, at small aspects that we think that important aspects that are in it. So what is it that we do? So first, and this is what I'm going to be presenting, some stylized findings, is that we're going to look at the data that were collected originally from Nicholas. They look at the relationship between the education attainment, and there could be other variables between parents and children within different locations. So we have a bunch of parent-child matched pairs. We cover 76 developing countries in different points in time. It contains all the continents. And then something that is very crucial for this paper is that we are not restricted just to the national scope. We are also looking at the sub-regions. And this is mostly coming from the IPUMS data. The second part of the exercise, and we are very happy that we got a grant from STEC to continue this work, we're combining and trying to make homogenizing, and there's some serious challenges there with data from the LSMS from the World Bank, and try to use the data to make additional inferences. That as long as I present this, I make this presentation, I will refer to what are the challenges that are there. Because there is not many people in Antarctica. But there is a lot of people in India, there is a lot of people in Mali, there is a lot of people in other places. If we wait for GDP, perhaps you will not care so much. But if you have other metrics that perhaps will be more popular outside econ, yeah.
This data set is publicly available?
Yes, but there is I mean, from us, not yet. That you could collect it. It's not that we're not going Rasheti, we're not going others like getting special access to some data. It is data, it's an IPUMS. But one thing is to have it, and it took a lot of work to clean it up.
I see.
So then we're going to look at some data. We're going to say that there are clear patterns in terms of productivity differences. And when we talk about productivity, it's these two aspects in terms of formation of human capital that we're going to measure. Given that our emphasis is on developing countries, we're going to be looking at productivity, whether how many children attain education levels that are either above or the parents or a higher in some standard way. So we are looking really with the emphasis on upward mobility is we are looking at the bottom of the world income distribution. Okay, so that's why Paco, you look at Antarctica, Arctic is not included either. And then we're going to build a model, and this model is centered around a key trade-off that we think is becoming more and more prominent in the spatial development literature, which is that households may have to trade off their material well-being with the education prospects of the children. So should I go and spend a lot of my resources paying for housing in an expensive location that has good schools? Or should I go and save on those, even though that comes at the cost of the education prospects of the children? Now, there are two possibilities, and I think both of them are interesting. In one possibility is that labor market opportunities for adults inside the household are positively correlated, and that's the relevant case, positively correlated with the schooling opportunities for the children. Good places for work, good places for raise children. If that is the case, if we can argue that that somehow characterizes the situation in across countries, then the barriers that keep people from moving from not so good places to better places have higher consequences when we think about the welfare of the country in terms of present value, not only the productivity today, but also productivity for the children, for the future. So if our notion is not just current output, but also the present value of some notion of welfare, but let's say the present value of the output of the country, the consequences of those barriers are larger. So the cost of misallocation might be mismeasured or underestimated, because not only we are measuring the output that we are letting go, but also the education opportunities and therefore the future output. That's the possibility. Theoretically, there could be the other possibility, which is that households are facing a PP trade-off, places where are great places to work to get some money, but that comes at the cost of the children. If that is the case, the cost of misallocation that normally we do in terms of GDP may be overestimating the actual cost, because people are going for better occupation, but that comes at the cost of education of the children. So at a very rough level, with this trade-off in mind, we're going to construct a model. We are not there yet in terms of results, but I tell you where we are. Yes.
It seems like you're saying there's a location choice, amenity, education trade-off, but I would think that they would be more complementary. Like you move to a nice neighborhood that has nicer schools. Like I'm thinking like from a US perspective, obviously, right? Like, is that not the case in somewhere like Lusaka or something?
We, in principle, have this prior. That's our prior.
Mm-hmm.
But there might be, it is possible that may not be the case. So, for example, if you're thinking of port locations where there's a lot of work, you can make a lot of money, but that's normally associated with not necessarily good schools. Or if you think of, for example, that pushing on Paco's side, imagine that there is a lot of job opportunities in Alaska. That may come at the cost of horrible places.
Okay, so we're thinking of like someone deciding to go work in a mine,
for example.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Now, for all of us here, mostly PhDs, I imagine, that those that I can call by name, this might be abstract decisions, but for low-skilled workers, this trade-off might be a relevant one. Where do I have a job? It could be a terrible place. It could be a place with the mines, or it could be a port. It could be Alaska, if I want to work in oil extraction. That's a possibility. And that's the lens that we're going to use the model for. So we are not in the business of ranking which are nice places or good places for us. We're in the business of understanding the mobility of individuals, of households within countries, and especially low-skilled households, because those are the ones that I think that we need to understand in order to understand why is it that Brazil or Argentina is not moving up. It's not Paco. You cannot understand Argentina by looking at Paco. You will have to understand Argentina by looking at the ones that vote for the party that Paco doesn't like, right? Any question? Yes.
Yeah, so you are looking at the mobility decisions, the location choice of the parents and the education of the children. So if this mostly, when it comes to education, is primary and secondary then?
Yes.
So tertiary is basically out. So it's like a
We're looking really at the bottom of
what. But then like stuff like policy like minimum schooling living age, like the minimum level of education one can have is gonna come and have an effect on the intergenerational mobility directly, or do you have info on that?
Yeah, but we are very far from that. What I can tell you is that after looking at the stuff in Brazil, by law, Brazilians have the right to go for primary education and secondary education. So the law can say many things. Enforcement is a different matter. Same for other countries. But we're far from that. We're going to look at the data.
I'm wondering, when you say job or employment opportunities, is this job opportunities only differentiated by wages or also other things? Because I can think that some jobs, they are more, say, child friendly. So you choose a job that gives you more time, for example, to invest in your child, and you talked before.
I'm sympathetic with this question, but I think that's first world. But yeah, so there could be actually that some jobs might be more amenable, like agriculture could be more amenable to have a bunch of kids around while you are working, toiling in the farm. Yes.
So this is related to Elisa's point as well. I mean, I guess this would make the story only stronger, but can you imagine that places with good job opportunities for parents, let's say, I know the port also has job opportunities for these young adults, so their kids. So it's not only the education margin that might be different, but they themselves might be more likely to leave school earlier than if they were in the capital where they have universities.
Yes.
And,
that's something that is coming more for this paper and also for the Brazil paper that I'm fully on board. And I think the set of different opportunities could come at different parts of the life cycle. I'm fully sympathetic with that. Right now, what we're just going to look at the angle is, Alex, you don't need to know my age, but the 50 plus, and how this education attainment will relate to my children at some comparable age. And that's the focus that we are just looking at. But additional things of how all the labor market opportunities may come up with the same level of education, we're abstracting. So let me just tell you very quickly what it seems that I'm eating time, but I really wanted to explain what is the goal is, and then I'll show you the different elements. So we're going to collect data and look at different regions within countries and also between countries. The between countries part, there is a big literature. I'm still learning a lot from it, and I'm not going to be able to here. I'm pretty sure that will rank very low of those that know more about this literature. Now, one quick thing that also it's more standard is try to argue that besides parents, locations matter. I mean, we're just going to show that the results of Rashati and co-authors and Alessina in the case of Africa also hold much more widely across locations. So that will give some support, but that's not the main focus of this presentation. Now, one of the things that I really want to avoid is that to have the sense that there is a lot of gains from doing things that are different from what the actual economies are doing. So here we are making a presentation of a paper, and I'm going to say, Ghana, you should have relocated workers differently. Why don't you do it? I'm so smart and you guys are so stupid. Why is it that you're doing that? So I'm trying to avoid missing key trade-offs. So I don't want to come out with a paper that's saying, hey, those who are to the right, I would be better off moving to the left. What the hell you guys are in the right? Let's move to the... So there has to be some trade-offs. So I want to explore those trade-offs in the literature. First of all, what I was saying is that some locations could be great for work, and could be great for raising children. So why is it that you don't see more people in the good places relative to the not so good places? And the second thing is that if we do some relocation, it's not that the quality of the schools or the quality of the labor market opportunities will remain constant. Essentially, that there will be some curvature, meaning that if you have a good school district, say small location 1, if we start piling children and households from the other locations to the nice school 1, that nice school might no longer be so nice, right? So essentially that there will be some elements of peer effects as I increase the allocation. Labor markets, we know how to do that. Increasing returns, so that once, if I put more workers, the return for the persistent, the inframarginal workers is going to go down. That we know, and that's key in any sense of misallocation. So here we are going to estimate how the population of the peer effects may affect the education prospects of children. But not only that we want to think about at the location level, but also at the location household type level. What do I have in mind? It could be that there is a school district that is very good, but it could be that it's very good because most of the households have highly educated parents, and therefore you arrive as a high education parent, you fit in, your kid fits in, and the education prospects are nice. What happens if you bring a kid that is very low compared to the other? And here it comes something that I really want to emphasize that is in the data, that the effects could be quite different for the children of the highly educated versus for the children of the low educated. And this is going to be key because if at some future date I will be presenting the results of a counterfactual, what will be the optimal reallocation, then a social planner will internalize that I might not want to move children of households with low education attainment to the posh neighborhoods of the country, because it will have a negative effect on the children that were already there, and it will have a negative, potentially negative effect of a small positive effect on the poor children that was relocated from the poor neighborhood to the rich neighborhood, because the rich neighborhood is not going to give a positive effect to the child. So is this clear? So that the relocation is not going to be as easy. So that's what I'm setting out, just to see, okay, you have a region, there could be poor Brazilians, rich Brazilians, they live separately. Would a social planner want to take the households, the poor Brazilians, to live with the rich Brazilians, having the possible trade-offs over there?
I'm trying to understand the trade-offs and the reallocation, because most of the focus of most of your explanation so far was on worker relocation or household relocation. Why not school relocation? I mean, you talk about good schools and bad schools, but maybe a bad school or education district is where there's no school. And it's more about the extensive margin. I mean, where to build schools.
Fantastic. So I love this comment. That's part of the agenda. I want to say that one of the exercises, can we relocate the population? And one of the estimation exercise would be, can we relocate the schools? What would be the treatment effect if I can take the schools of the Jardim Botânico neighborhood in Rio and send it to Curitiba? Well, Curitiba is a good place. Manaus. What would be the effect on that? And that will have a general equilibrium effect. And actually, in the Brazilian paper, we have this notion that it will be quite different, the implication for the formation of slums and other things. If you have the schools that you have in the city, some of the elements, you cannot transport the peer effects because that's general equilibrium, but the elements that outside the peer effects, if you send the good schools from the city to the rural areas, the slums will collapse. Because people will not want to come to the slums because they have, one of the motivations is the education of the children. They will remain in the rural area, and that will have some dynamic effects for the structural transformation. Well, now the criticism is like, okay, this is so easy. It's just pick some parameters, put the counterfactual, but at least it's informative. Quite different it will be if you have these policies in locations near the main city, the slums, then you will have much bigger slums. But so yeah, you can think about policies that will facilitate the relocation of households, or policies that will directly transform the education opportunities. And of course, infrastructure and labor market opportunities are more obvious cases. There was, yes.
So I was wondering, so your main margin here is estimating these peer effects, right?
There is, that's one of the parts.
Because it seems key, the poor children arriving in the rich school, and what's the effect on him and on the other children, right?
Let me show you, but yes, that's a big component for the, perhaps the main component. Okay, so I'm going to show you some of this data, and then what we are planning to do with it. Okay, so a lot of the data is IPUMS International. There is a big problem. We're looking at the bottom of the distribution, and we want to look at education attainment, and we want to match children and their parents. When we look at, there is a big gender problem, cohabitation problem. A lot of the girls get married at the early age, so we miss a big chunk of the population. That's why we are looking also at the LSMS, because it has a perspective data, so you can have at least some notion of the education of females and males with the education of the parents. But so a lot of the information that we are here is going to look at boys and fathers, just to avoid this cohabitation bias that boys get married a little bit older. So there is still some issues there. And the first part is that we're looking at some of the, I'm a Latin American, so I look at how in the sample, how does the education intergenerational mobility looks like. The width of the horizontal axis indicates in the sample proportional how many people have less than primary complete, secondary complete, university complete. So you are looking at Latin America and the Caribbean. In the sample of boys and fathers, this is the composition, and the height of the bars indicate the transition probability. So you see that almost 50%, 40% of the population has less than primary in this sample, and the transition of boys that have less than primary of parents that have less than primary to boys that have less than primary is almost 55%. It's actually quite high. There is some upward mobility because primary completed is significant, and there is a little bit of secondary completed. As you can see that there is positive persistence. Once parents get educated, the probability that their children will also be more educated also shifts up. This is a pattern for Latin America. This is what happens in other parts of the world. North America has mostly, there is a small fraction of possibly a lot of immigrants that have less than primary, but you see that the composition of the parents and the transition probabilities between parents and children are quite different across region, but you can see that there is a sense of positive persistence.
Shocking.
There is a lot of shocking stuff. Yes.
I feel like in developed economies, that's a much larger percentage.
One of the things that, so that's one of the shocking aspects. If we clean up this is pulling a lot of so there's pulling countries and pulling periods, just to give a sense of how this looks like. If you look at more recent data, it looks a little bit less shocking. So what is it that we want to look? So there are different geographic classifications. So this is just to give you a sense of the data that we're looking at. So there is Latin America, there is Africa, and there is Asia. Those are mostly the countries that are the developing countries, that the focus of our analysis. And you see that even, I mean, in the bigger countries, Brazil is, I think, easier to see, that the children that have at least primary education, where the parents are illiterate, you see that this is Brazil, right? So Costa Rica is almost impossible and is boring compared to Brazil or other places in Europe. Then you see that there is some geographic dispersion. With Africa, we have some coverage, but unfortunately, there is a bunch of countries that we are missing. We are trying to do as best as we can, but also in terms of Asia, Central, Southeast Asia, we have quite a bit of dispersion. As what fraction of the children? So we have three measures. You're looking at parents with 0, meaning primary or less. The first measure is whether your kids have more education than your parents. The second one is whether your children completed primary. So what fraction of the children completed primary of all the children from parents with 0. So we have 3 groups. Let me be more organized. I have 3 groups. 0 are primary or less. 1 will be some secondary or less. And 3rd will be secondary or more. So upper mobility, we measure the ones that move from 0 to 1. Or the second measure is from 1 to 2. Or from 0 to 1 or 2. So those are essentially the...
Are not 20 years old, or are, I mean, they are also, the matches are also between parents and small children?
No.
Okay.
No. Otherwise, it will be.
Yeah, sorry.
We are dumb, but not, no. Yes. So it's, yeah, so the children have to be 14 or more. We explore different cutoffs, not 14 for the primary, from the 0 to 1. But 20 or more. The problem, as I said, is cohabitation bias. The older we look at the children in IPUMS, we only look at the children that live with the parents. That's the only available data that we have. So we look at different cutoffs from primary to primary. We can look at 14, and then we have much more coverage. If we look at 17, then we start losing kids because they're no longer living with the parents. No, secondary. No. If we push for later ages, we do, knowing that comes at the cohabitation bias. And definitely at that point, we stick with boys. Okay, because a big chunk of the girls in those countries get married even before. So then we lose those ones. We don't know whether the ones that are married is because they finished the education, or those that got married is because they were not educated.
Sorry, clarification. This is by location of where they both currently reside.
Yeah. So a final classification, for some countries, we can do that, and we will have to deal with the fact that we cannot really come up with a complete homogeneous. For Brazil, we have a lot of information. For some other countries, we don't. But at least we can look at, so this is Ghana, this is Vietnam, and this is Brazil. I mean, sizes are deceiving, but just to give you a sense that we could have not completely granular data, but we have more finer data. So now, the first part is how do we see education relationship, and this is in terms of countries. One of the big objects in the literature, the ones that we're learning, is the so-called Great Gatsby. Is what is the relationship between mobility and inequality. So what we have here is that the relationship between equality in education of the old in a given geographic unit, be a country, be a mean 1, a mean 2 location. We look at who lives there. And then we look at the cross-section dispersion of the education attainment. And then we look at how does that relate to, and also the average education. How does that relate to the upward mobility? And that's the graph that was made famous by Kruger in a presentation. I mean, Korga was already known in the literature, but it become popular when Kruger made this presentation to President Obama, showing that across the developed countries, the countries that are more unequal are also the ones that are more persistent, that have less mobility. So here's the equivalent, that's in terms of incomes, here's in terms of education. So where we are looking at is, these are across countries. So if you look at inequality inside, say, Brazil, which is high, then the probability that children that have, the children of illiterate parents move into having complete education is also quite low. So high inequality also leads to less mobility. And also across countries, we see that the more educated countries are also the ones that tend to move more in terms of upward mobility. And this holds for the different measures. Now, that's for cross-country. And this is actually, I'm pretty sure that is very well known. What we're looking at is what happens if we look at across countries. And across countries, and this is just Brazil, across municipalities in Brazil, it's exactly the same pattern. Locations that are more unequal, there are also locations in which the children don't move up more frequently. So that's the sense that perhaps this dispersion across regions also explain why some regions remain backward, and these patterns will be, sustained at least for a few generations. Yes.
In these regions where there's more inequality, I'm imagining. So I'm going to extrapolate again because I don't know that much about this. But for example, in like the United States, there's more inequality in like New York or Chicago than there is in rural Kansas. But the kids of the rich people have access to really, really good schools. So is there a problem that like the quality of education in the places with more inequality is just more expensive in these places as well? Is that because that's like the cause of this, or not a cause, but a factor, right?
Yeah, so we're not going to have, not even dream of having data about cost of schools or that. What we're going to have, however, is a model that we're going to try to say, okay, you are rich, your education prospects in these not so great places like Chicago or New York for the average person might be fantastic for you for whatever reason, because you can afford the fancy schools. So that is what we are going to have the relationship of upward mobility, not for everyone, and that for the low education households. So then also for what is, so the impact, that's why I think it's very important that the impact of the location matters, it correlates with the type of household. So if you're rich and I'm poor, this could be a fantastic place to live for me, terrible for you, or the other way around, right? Yes, we can, yes. But these are municipalities and cities like Rio will have multiple municipalities.
I was going to ask a very similar question, whether the inequality places, whether the high inequality places are more urban or not. There's also a question, there's mobility, but there's also levels of education. So I don't know whether the same patterns hold in. So how different the patterns would be in levels, rather. Is sort of mobility that, we all very low educated, but every now and then someone, gets a little bit more? Or is it, is it sort of, how is mobility related to levels of education?
Yes, that's a big question. We don't have the answer yet. For some countries, we have by location mobility. So we can see who is moving from location 1 to location 2. And when we can locate whether people are moving to opportunity, and the opportunity to what? The opportunity to educate the children or the opportunity to work. And are these two things the same? We're not there yet. I'm just putting a list of the questions and how we are pretending to answer it. So 12 minutes. Okay, so then what? So we tried to look at the how this relationship looks like, and then so one of the first tasks is whether the Great Gatsby survives. Because the Great Gatsby relates mobility with inequality, but as I show you, there is also the locations that are highly unequal also tend to be the more educated. So is this one effect or the other? And the answer is, if you just put normal, the rank mobility metrics, it doesn't. But if you look at from 0 to 1 or 1 to 2, it does. So inequality has an effect on mobility beyond average education. Once you look at if I'm at 0, what is the probability that my children goes to 1? It goes up with the average education of the location and goes down with inequality. Okay? If I am at 1 and I want to see what is the probability, meaning that I have primary but no secondary, what is the probability that my child jumps up to the next, then it's also the inequality has a direct effect. And we can look at across different countries because we have multiple locations and so on. Given the time, we also did a little bit of a variance decomposition, meaning that if you look at how much of this variation, global what I mean, in the sample of the countries that we have available, how much of this dispersion in terms of upward mobility gets accounted by countries, how much gets accounted by within variation, a lot of it is still accounts by countries. So Italy will have an effect that is different from France, that is different, well, Italy and France are not here. Brazil and Argentina and Costa Rica are. So there will be still some national effects, and that account for a big chunk. But within these countries is still a third. And in Latin America, it's more than a third. It's almost 40% that is accounted for the differences, say, within Argentina. The differences of the education attainment are almost 40% than the account for within country variations. Okay. Parents and locations, here for the interest of time, we basically replicate some of the results of Chetty and Hendren and Alessina, trying to use how old the kids are at the time of the parents moving from worse locations to better locations. And all of you are familiar with these methods, and we have a similar patterns. They change a little bit with the regions, and also we are using a different measure, which is upward mobility. So here's the question: how do we want to estimate? So we were using a Bing estimator across different locations, and we already have a lot of the stuff. But lately, we're shifting to a household individual level where we're controlling for the locations, and essentially we're having location fixed effect country by country, location by location, and that allows us to differentiate the fixed effects of the region for households with 0 education. What is the probability that the children go from 0 to 0, 0 to 1, 0 to 2, parents with 1, 1 to 0, 1 to 1, 1 to 2, and so on and so forth. So that gives us a bunch of fixed effects for each of the locations. How many locations? That depends on the number of the countries. So at the end of the day, we're going to end up with some fixed effects and some moments that determine how well educated on average the population is. That those are the central moments, and also the dispersion. And we're using different measures, how unequal, whether we use Gini, where we use the fractions, and so on and so forth. And then we end up with a bunch of parameters. With the data, this is just a matter of time. I'm going to show you some of the results. Here they are. So the first presentation has a table. I hate also when people give big tables. So do as I say, not as I do. So there is a bunch of parameters, and they are highly significant. You can see that, in fact, that the model captures, for some countries, quite well the dispersion that you see across the education distribution and the others. Now, very high level. Do we have? Are we living or not we, the poor people in the world are living in a world where they have tremendous barriers, that are very motivated for their own sake and the sake of the children to move from whatever the bad, not so promising locations to a more promising locations, or we live in we live in a world where the really poor people in the world are facing, should I have a good job at the cost of the education of my children, or should I sacrifice myself for the sake of the education of my children? These two things are quite different in terms of the implications for how the world economy is going to look like. So at the very high level, and this is more MSS data, so there seems to be that we are in a world with great barriers, because the relationship, and this is for just a handful of countries in Africa, the places where households, poor households, all of these in the location, these are the average consumption level at the household level for the different locations for households with 0 years of education. So that's basically how much. If you have very low, that means that these people are starving. If you have a high number, it means that on average, these people are having high consumption. Treatment or selection, I was giving a hard time to Elisa, so you can reciprocate now. I don't know. I mean, I'm just looking at, you're living in this location, you don't have education, but you're having a lot of income. So on average, that will indicate that, you know, labor market opportunities might be not that terrible. And the vertical axis is what are the upward mobility measures that you have. And they seem to be positively associated. So, and that happens with different degrees, and we have different regions. So what is it that we want to construct? Well, those who know me, at the end, I'm just a model writer. I don't know if I'm an economist, but so we're gonna organize these ideas with a tractable geographic model. So we're gonna have that people will sort across locations and occupations, and we're gonna look at the dynamics if we have data across for mobility, across locations, but also across generations. Okay, and that's what we are going to try to come up and make sense of how the economies the country works. In each point in time, a country has multiple locations. In each location, we produce goods and labor markets, and also produce education for the next generation. So it's a simple dynamic model where in each period you produce stuff to eat and you produce skills for the children to produce stuff to eat later on. And then we're going to have that in some cases, right now we have also a model in which there is potentially trade, but there's not going to be trade. But also we are designing a model in which there could be trade in goods. So here's the layout of the model. Parents care about their own consumption and they care about the children. The reason I don't have a full-fledged set of simulations is because I wanted to have a fully altruistic model, so that requires solving a Bellman equation and come back and forth. In the previous paper, I just cut the Gordonian knot and assumed that their preferences were over income or skills. So, but think about that as a parent, we care about our own consumption, we care about our children, and our children, we are going to know that depending on where we live, that will be the prospects for the children to educate. Essentially, what you can do for your children in this simple model is to choose a good place to raise them. Given the specificities of the data, we're going to assume 3 groups, either 1, 2, or 3 that are associated with 0, 1, and 2 that I associated. And then there is labor market skills. Sorry for the typo. The individuals the timing is quite simple. I'm an adult, I have a child, and then depending on where my characteristics and the characteristics of the neighborhood where I'm growing, my child is going to learn about a labor markets, an education attainment. And conditional on that education attainment, the child is going to draw labor market skills of 2 types, cognitive / non-routine or manual / routine. And then different locations, on the basis of these locations, then of these skills, then my child is going to make a decision. And what is the decision? Where to live. And then inside this country, there are plenty of locations. I'm a Brazilian, so I have 42,000 municipalities to choose from. So, I have to locate on that. They will be selecting themselves. There could be the cost of relocating, and there could be that my labor market skills would push me to some locations and not to others. The production function inside of each country, there is going to be some productivity that will determine how good the place is for working there. And the output that each of the workers is going to get will depend on the labor market composition in terms of how many high-skilled workers and how many low-skilled workers are. So now the second part is what happens to the children. And here we're going to think of two types of location costs. The first one, for countries in which we don't have the data, the only thing that we can observe is how the population gets sorted across locations. So then we're going to try to rationalize that with a combination of extreme value distributions and some location housing costs. For countries in which we have bilateral mobility, then we can also identify and make for each of the locations, what type of workers move from one location to all the others. And then once we have that, the model could be used to endogenously select not only the quantity, but also the composition of the population living in each of the locations. And once we have that, it will tell you, according to our estimates, what will be the next generation of children in each of the locations, and then we aggregate at the country level. This is a definition of equilibrium. So it's a individual optimization and market clearing, and all the expectations are met. I don't have time, I know. So, but the characterization, and this is something that we are using all along, is that we can consider two different, the key part is how the people decide to live according to the cost. One possibility is that they realize their education, they know how the skill distribution is going to look like, and it would be very tractable to use this structure to just relocate individuals. Alternatively, we can think that labor markets enter into the decision. So I know that despite being low educated, I may have high level of skills. There will be some issues about affordability, and that's why slums may be forming. That's essentially one aspect of having slums. So this model, in principle, is quite tractable because at the end of the day, the decision, the whole point is how to solve the value function of each of the households. Once you have that, then you have the transition matrices and so on and so forth. But then the rest is just pure mechanics. There is a version with trade, but with this model, essentially, once we have the location decisions, everything else goes. It's just some law of motion. Alessio?
Yeah, I didn't get how you produce human capital and the peer effects that you had in mind, how they
Fantastic.
work.
Thank you very much, because if I did not explain this. So these are the choice locations. This one. What is the probability of a child attaining education? I know I'm cutting on one, but can you give me 1 minute just to explain this, and then I wrap up? So is here. What is the probability that your child attains education level EI, could be 1, 2, or 3, conditional on you having one of these education levels and you living in location L? The location L is going to be, that probability is going to be a function of who lives in location L. And here, where we are parameterizing is how many people with 0 years of education living in that location, and how many people with 2 years of the second group live. So that will capture, with this classification with 3 groups, then we capture essentially all what we need by knowing how many people are in group 0, how many groups in group 1, and how many are in group 2. So that's how these betas are parameters that we estimate for each country. and the fixed effect will be in the alpha. So each locations will have a fixed effect for each type of parent, for each type of level of education. So it's going to, at the bin level, it almost captures everything. But once you have at the household level, it captures quite a bit, but it's far from having a pseudo R squares close to 1. It captures, so that will allow us to have countries that have multiple locations to have what would be the consequences of moving children to that location. And this here, sorry, will give us the curvature. So if I start pushing a lot of people into that location and you're filling up an otherwise nice location with a bunch of low-skill households, that location is going to deteriorate in terms of quality. And the social planner will internalize that. So it's not that I just want to send everyone to the good schools and the good schools will remain the same. The good schools will deteriorate. So there is curvature. That's what I was referring, that there will be curvature in the allocation. So I'm abusing your you're welcome. So we have, let me just go to the part where I want to. So so at the level of Mali, we are looking, for example, here is the transition probability in terms of parents. We're pairing with in terms of incomes, and you can see that there is quite a bit of heterogeneity. So there is some trade-offs, but it's still aligned with that idea. So what is it that we're implementing right now? We have information about incomes of households of different characteristics in each of the locations. And we are comparing how much households with high education, middle education, low education earn in each of these locations, and what are the transition probabilities for the children of those households in each of these locations. And then we basically force the model to sit on that data, use the estimated parameters at the household level, and see what will be the counterfactuals on relocating households in terms of current output and future education attainment. Thank you very much for the extra minutes.
Thank you very much to the speakers. It was a very interesting session. And thank you very much for people attending here and online. We are going to have a lunch break and we start again at 2:15 p.m.
Yeah. Same location. Non c'è. Ah, lo posso. Ah, ok. Scusa. Sì, si sente bene. La tristezza è meglio qua che nell'altra, che nell'aula dove facciamo le seminari, vero? No. Shall we start? So welcome back, everybody. I'm very pleased to chair this session, and I immediately leave the floor to Daniel Sturm. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Still opening my water bottle. So thank you very much for including this paper on the program. It's called Neighborhood Effects, Evidence from Wartime Destruction in London. It's a paper that we worked on for a slightly embarrassingly long time, but we've recently managed to bring out at least a full working paper version. So very much looking forward to your comments. It's joint work with Steve Ray from Princeton. So the motivation for the paper is spatial inequality. So in particular, spatial inequality not across cities, but within cities. So within cities, we observe large differences in property prices and the socioeconomic composition of neighborhoods. In London, there's some very prosperous areas. One example would be Hampstead, but there are many others. And there are also lots of much poorer areas, which are much less prosperous, and Haringey would be one example. So the big question is, what explains these huge differences? Sort of why do we see this massive sort of spatial sorting and these differences in outcomes across locations, which are often only, a couple of kilometers or less apart? So the kind of literature has sort of put forward two kind of main ideas, sort of how this could work, or what could be responsible for that. There could be, on the one hand, differences in fundamentals. So Hampstead could have attractive amenities that result in high property prices, so that only rich people decide to live there. There's a very nice park in Hampstead. It's on a little hill, so it has lots of reasons why it might be very attractive, and that could be the reason why rich people end up clustering there. The second idea is that there are neighborhood effects in the sense that individuals care about the socioeconomic composition of a neighborhood. The question is obviously how big that neighborhood is, but let's specify that in a moment. And that they care about the kind of socioeconomic composition of their neighbors, either directly because you like to socialize with other people who have a PhD in economics, or because they're indirect effects that, having other, for example, rich people live around you means that local schools are very good, or that the kinds of shops that are going to be on the local high street are, more to your taste than in a, let's say, very poor neighborhood. So that would be sort of the indirect effects. So the question is obviously both of the sort of disentangling, whether it is, fundamentals, whether it's just, there's a nice park and that's where all the rich people live there, or do people care about the socioeconomic composition of the neighborhood, is difficult. So we need some source of exogenous variation, to try and distinguish between these two stories. So what we're going to do in this paper is going to use a very nasty, natural experiment. Steve and I have worked on a number of different nasty natural experiments, so this is a maybe particular nasty one. So we're going to look at World War II bombing of London as a natural experiment. And so we're going to show that first, while bombing is not entirely random, the Germans had some idea of what they wanted to hit. Given the kind of primitive technology at the time, the pattern of destruction, particular in small geographical areas, is going to be entirely random. So who gets hit and who doesn't get hit. So it's plausibly random in ways that I'm going to convince you in a moment empirically that that's going to work. Second, there are going to be very long-lasting effects. So we started working on this project. We weren't sure whether, whatever damage that had been done during the war would still be observable today. But it turns out that in the data that we have, which mostly starts from 1995 onwards, there are very clear long-run effects of the destruction that particular neighborhoods have suffered. Part of the reason for that is the sort of circumstances of rebuilding. Rebuilding happens at a time when the UK is extremely poor. While they won the war, it ended up, costing a lot of money. And, rationing in the UK, for example, only ends in 1955. So it's a very kind of constrained environment. And at the same time, as I'm going to show you in the data in a moment, it's a time when the social welfare state emerges in the UK, and there's a lot of pressure to build affordable social housing. And as a result, there's a huge expansion in the construction of such housing, as I'll show you in the data in a second. So the main idea behind the kind of how we're going to use this sort of natural experiment to try and understand neighborhood effects is that we're going to argue that bombing reduces the quality of buildings and higher income residents care more about building quality. So why does bombing reduce the quality rather than improve it, for example? It's because of the historical circumstances. So you, on average, let's say you demolished some rather nice Victorian house, the stuff that gets built in the immediate post-war period in these bomb sites tends to be very low quality, either very low quality private and a lot of social housing. So you'll see in a moment, the area that we're going to study, more than 80% of all construction in the immediate post-war period, which is up to 1980, is social housing. So there's a lot of social housing, which is going to be attractive to lower income people, but not so attractive to higher income people. So there's going to be a sort of a direct effect in terms of the change in the attractiveness of locations. And this effect is going to be amplified by neighborhood effects. So as bombing changes the socioeconomic composition of neighborhoods, we're going to see that is going to spill over and is going to, induce further changes in the attractiveness of locations. So what we're going to do in the paper is we're going to sort of first show you some reduced form evidence how bombing, affects neighborhoods and how far that these effects sort of spill over in space. And then we're going to combine this with a structural model and estimate sort of key parameters from the structural model and use the structural model to assess more broadly how important are neighborhood effects for the kind of spatial sorting that we see in cities like London. So is it the case that Hampstead is just, has a lot of, affluent people because it has a nice car, or is a lot of that explained by the fact that people care about the socioeconomic composition of the neighborhood? And what we're going to find is that neighborhood effects are going to be extremely important in terms of understanding spatial sorting in cities. So that's where we're sort of going to go in the long run. Okay, so I have suppressed the kind of literature slide here, but there is a large literature on neighborhood effects. There is a large literature on quantitative spatial urban models or quantitative spatial models that we're going to build on. There's also a large literature that uses natural experiments to try and understand causality. What's sort of new here relative to this gigantic literature that I don't have time to summarize is the use of a large and plausibly very random, exogenous shock in the form of bombing, and then combining this in a particular way with the structural model to try and learn about how important neighborhood effects are more broadly in explaining spatial sorting. Okay, so the outline is I'm very, very briefly going to talk about the historical background. There's a lot of data, but I won't talk about it for very long. Then I'll show you the reduced form evidence. Then I'll briefly talk about the theoretical model, which is going to build very closely on the existing literature. And then the quantitative analysis is going to sort of estimate that model and sort of do model counterfactuals in terms of what the world would look like if neighborhood effects didn't exist. Okay, so in terms of the historical background, the German sort of bombing campaign during the Second World War in London that consisted of two parts. There was the Blitz, which was the early period up to June 41, and then at the very end of the war, the Germans start shooting rockets to London. It's sort of very early versions of cruise missiles and rockets, and they cause some further damage. I'm going to show you some pictures of the damage in a moment. 17% in our preferred measure of destruction, which is whether a structure was seriously damaged, whether it's repairable or not. So there's sort of various types of damage. There's light blast damage. There's a bit more serious blast damage. Light blast damage is sort of windows are gone. More serious blast damage, again, is sort of fairly minor damage. And then the kind of first serious level of damage is sort of seriously damaged, but possibly repairable, and then further grades of destruction. We're going to use sort of serious damage as our measure of destruction. 17% of the built-up area of London were seriously damaged during the war. Okay, that's all I have to say about the war, but there's lots of pictures here of rockets and stuff. This Steve loves he's an economic historian at heart, but I won't have time to show you all of those pictures. Rebuilding occurs, as I already stressed, at a time of severe financial constraints and a huge push to increase affordable housing in the form of social housing. And maybe we can just press on that button, the council housing time series. So this is a time series of construction of units completed for all of England and Wales. You can see the kind of black line is the kind of total units. The red line is social housing, and the blue line here is private construction. And then the green line at the bottom is something called housing associations, which are somewhat between private and social, but they're quantitatively relatively small. So you can see that even in England and Wales, in the immediate post-war period, a very large share of construction is social housing. If I zoom in, on the area of London, which is sort of the former London County Council, which is the inner area of London today, which is the area for which we have this very high quality destruction data, you can see that in this area, the picture is even more extreme. So up to the 1980s, when 1979, Margaret Thatcher comes along and says, there's no such thing as society and lots of other things, and basically construction of council housing ends. You see that a huge amount of the sort of over 80% of the construction of housing in this period is social housing. So as a result, a lot of the things that have been destroyed were replaced in equilibrium with social housing. Not all of it, but a large part of it. Okay, can we just go back again? Thanks very much. So in terms of data, so we have data before the war and after the war. The data after the war starts in 1995. That's when our house price data is available in the UK in digital format. We use our main sort of, other than house prices, outcome variable is census data from 2001. We've replicated everything with 2011. Earlier censuses in the UK before 2001 only counted a 10% sample of all kind of complicated, including the spatial questions or questions about sort of socioeconomic composition. So they're pretty useless, unfortunately. So the first high quality data comes online in 2001. That's our main post-war baseline. In the pre-war period, we have during the war, we have this very detailed measure of destruction. And we've also created, as I'll show you, very detailed measures of house prices. These are assessed values for tax purposes of about 1 million properties in this area in 1936. And we also have very detailed measures of the socioeconomic composition. Let me just show you a couple of pictures to give you an idea of the sort of richness of the data that we're going to have. So this is sort of a very small snippet of the so-called bomb damage maps. There's about 110 of those, which show at the level. So this is Regent's Park, for those of you who know the corner of Regent's Park, who know London. And you see the different colors here stand for different levels of destruction. Yellow is the lightest level of blast damage. Next worst is orange. And then sort of light red, dark red, purple, and then black. Black is like it's completely gone. Yeah, so we're going to count everything that is more than either light red, either orange or yellow as serious damage. We also have robustness to use other sort of, all the damage in sort of some damage index. That doesn't make any difference to the results. So we've digitized all of these areas. So we know for each house or group of houses, if they're sort of grouped together here, what the level of destruction is. Including the houses that didn't suffer any destruction. So all the houses that don't have any colors. Yeah, the ring here, this is a rocket. This is one of the rockets. So that didn't hit anything. But so some of the damage you can see, if the rockets hit the built-up area, they cause quite a bit of damage.
But it's just a quick question.
Yeah.
Is that just like damage, like pipes, electric cables, all that stuff? Even if my house was intact, maybe that my pipes were.
Exactly. So the way this is done, this is damage to houses. Yeah. So damage to, for example, underground cables or pipes is not going to be recorded here. Yeah. So that's a good point. There was damage, for example, to railway lines is not recorded. This is damage to the built-up area, which this was put together by the Architects Department of the London County Council, who basically compiled the kind of emergency response reports and, you know, sorted through them and sort of build these maps over the war to kind of plan for the post-war period, to have sort of a baseline of what needed repairing. And what they cared about was the kind of the built-up area, not about other stuff. But it's surely there's not a comprehensive sort of set of damage of bombing. There could also be other.
So none of the reconstruction started until after the war.
Yeah,
but there were cleanup efforts.
There were obviously cleanup efforts. You know, we don't have any kind of data in the immediate post-war period until 1995, unfortunately. So I can't really say anything about the period. But, you know, no, they didn't have any time to do any building during the war. They were too busy beating the Germans. So, you know, rebuilding starts at sort of the kind of building data. For example, our time series starts in 1946. I haven't seen any data for years before suggesting that there wasn't anything. There wasn't construction going on, basically. Yeah, other than sort of maybe patching up. So this is it's a picture of the whole area that we're considering. This is the kind of former administrative city of London. Today, the administrative city is a bit bigger. So you can see that bombing in the aggregate is not fully random. Yeah, so you can see sort of that here, the central areas suffered more damage. The East End here, this is the kind of the docks, the kind of former harbor of London, is an area that was, you know, particularly targeted by German bombing, and this is an area that is poorer, that was poorer both in the past and today. But you see, there's lots of damage all over the place. Yeah, so consistent with the fact that it's very difficult to hit particular targets. You know, a lot of areas suffered damage as a result.
To extend it's perfectly uniform, will be very hard to move people from one activity to the next if you are to be.
Well, if it's perfectly uniform, you know, it's never going to be perfectly uniform. These are discrete events. Yeah? If a bomb drops, it destroys a set of houses.
I guess we'd like to have an area where it was transformed from rich to poor or not.
Yeah, that's so you'll see in a moment that there is, given the kind of spatial variations, or if you sort of zoom in to this picture here again, you'll see pockets, yeah, that there will be pockets or here that have suffered essentially no damage, and then others, for example, here or so, which suffer a lot of damage.
The relevant unit is small enough so that.
Yeah. The spatial units that we're going to use in the analysis are going to be so-called output areas. Output areas are about 150 to 100 by 150 meters medium size. They have to capture a certain set of households. So the target size is 125 households. So they're smaller in the center and a bit bigger in the periphery. But output areas here, they're going to be sort of a block of.
If we were to care about neighborhoods, arguably neighborhoods will be homogeneously affected.
Let me define neighborhoods in a second in terms of, you know, it's an empirical question about which neighborhood. Do you care about all of London? Do you care about everyone within 5 kilometers, or do you only care about people pretty close to you?
Or 10 blocks by 10 blocks. It will be lower than 10 blocks by 10 blocks.
Yeah, so it's going to be, but it's an empirical question.
Yeah,
we're going to show you in a second. It is going to be very localized, who you care about. Okay, so sorry. That goes. So the other bit of data here is in terms of understanding the pre-war socioeconomic composition. There is something called the New Survey of London, which was actually done by people at LSE in the kind of late 1920s and early 1930s. They basically created these maps and more data where they show street by street what the socioeconomic composition of different neighborhoods is, and they classify people into red, which are middle class and wealthy, pink, purple, blue, and black. So black is the poorest kind of people. So we've also digitized this data, matched it to the kind of built-up area to understand what the kind of composition of the people living in different houses were in the past. Okay, let me talk about the reduced form evidence and see what the kind of reduced form impacts of bombing are before we turn to the model. So there are going to be 4 tables. The first one is sort of a randomization check to see under what circumstances, sort of in what spatial areas bombing is random. Then we're going to look at the direct impact. What is the impact of your particular area, your particular output area being hit? Then we're going to look at the spillovers and see how far if you getting hit, how far these effects sort of propagate in space. And then finally, there's a mechanisms table that sort of shows in a reduced form what are the things that might be going on there in this as a result of bombing. Okay, sorry, question, Martina.
Yeah, so just to understand kind of I guess there's 2 steps in between for me that not quite clear. So these are houses being destroyed. This would be private property, I assume partially. So what happens to what do we assume about the people who live there, and where do they go, and the transaction for that to go into some social housing?
Yeah, so we don't know anything sort of, because our sort of post-war data happens, there's no registry data for the UK, so you don't know. We know how many people in aggregate died in the bombing, or the estimates of how many people died. We're going to interpret this in a moment in a static model where we're going to have a pre-war equilibrium. There's going to be a shock, and then in response to the shock, there'll be massive resorting. Yeah, so you could decide, if your house gets bombed, you could decide to stay there and maybe move into the council block that was built, or maybe you have the money to rebuild yourself, or you could move somewhere else. What we're going to observe is a new steady state in the 2000s where people have responded to the shock, have resorted themselves quite substantially. And there's going to be a new equilibrium where people have re-optimized. Yeah, so the number of deaths, unfortunately, I can't remember, but it's not that large. It's not that a huge shock to kind of the population. So it's the people who've died will each life lost here is a big loss. But you shouldn't think of that. The whole city was wiped out. We're going to think of this as a resorting exercise. Yeah, neighborhoods are going to get randomly changed by the Germans, and as a result, people are going to respond to these incentives and resort themselves. That's what we're going to look at.
So for example, if there are some people in response to some destruction nearby that is turned into social housing might decide to leave along with the people that whose houses were not destroyed. So everybody just resorts.
Exactly. So unfortunately, there's going to be enough destruction that we can't quite do this. The ideal sort of way to think about the experiment is, suppose you have not been bombed directly, but Frederick next to you gets bombed out, and he's replaced with a much less nice neighbor. And as a result, you might decide to move. Yeah, so we're not going to quite be able to do that, but we're going to always control for your destruction to see whether the fact that Fred gets bombed, he's going to, what sort of effect that has on you.
So the prices change.
We're going to show in a moment that prices are going to change and the socioeconomic composition. Prices and socioeconomic composition are going to be very closely correlated here. Yeah? So if you tell me what your house is worth, I could kind of tell you what your level of education is, sadly, even in the UK. So what we're going to do here is, so these are various pre-war outcomes, and let's maybe look at the socioeconomic index, which combines the first 3 columns. Using this NSOL data, we classify people into, poor, middle, and rich, and then we turn this into an index of the socioeconomic composition. And if you look at the correlation between the pre-war socioeconomic composition of an output area, of which there are about 9,000 in this area, so they're very small spatial units, with no fixed effects, you see there's a massive negative correlation between bombing and the socioeconomic composition, consistent with the idea that poor areas were more likely to be hit. Yeah, the East End was bombed very heavily. A lot of that were very poor areas. So for London as a whole, clearly bombing is non-random. However, when you put in 4-kilometer hexagons, so hexagons are 4-kilometer fixed effects. Yeah, hexagons are kind of a bit like a circle. You can also put squares in. We went for hexagons as the sort of preferred way. you see that this correlation already gets much smaller. If you put in 1 kilometer hexagons, the correlation is entirely gone here. Yeah, so suggesting that within 1 by 1 kilometer areas, the Germans basically had no chance of aiming for, the rich person versus a poor person here. The same is true with pre-war property prices. So these come from these tax assessments. This is the first one is without any hedonic controls. This is with hedonic controls. Again, big negative correlation. But once you look at 1 by 1 kilometer areas, it's random who gets hit. Yeah, so that's our kind of randomization check in terms of like an experiment. So let's look at the post-war period. Let's look at the direct impact of bombing. What happens to your output area if you get damaged? All of these regressions are going to include 1 kilometer fixed effects. So everything from now on, everything is going to contain these 1 kilometer fixed effects. Yeah, so in which we think that. That's a very good question. There are about 380 hexagons, about 9,000 areas. So that's a very good point. So 2 points. So yes, there are quite a few areas within each hexagon. You may also worry how much of the variation in bombing is eaten up by the hexagon fixed effects. And the answer is about a third. Yeah, so while there is some non-randomness, there's a lot of randomness. Yeah, so the hexagon fixed effects explain about a third of the variation in bombing. The remainder is what we're using. So what you see is the direct impact is the socioeconomic composition, which now is computed of 2001 census data. If you do 2011, it's exactly the same. It's almost spookily the same. Property prices, these are post-war transaction data over the period 95 to 2020, so pooled over this entire area. We also have sort of sub-period analysis. This is without controls. This is with controls. The controls are nevertheless relatively basic, is whether it's a house, a flat, a semi-detached house, whether it's new build, and a couple of other characteristics, but not the size. We also have, for a smaller set, you can get the size of buildings. You get something pretty similar to that. So it's about going from no destruction to full destruction. Prices drop by about 10%. And, if you don't control for any characteristics, for 18%, suggesting that the kind of rebuilding are smaller, less valuable properties, that are being built, like houses, for example, being replaced with flats, such as council flats, which, tend to be much, much cheaper. And sort of the socioeconomic index here drops by about 5%. As a result of the direct hit. Yeah.
So these hexagons are subdivided into smaller areas, right?
Yeah, well, for the output areas, I have a picture, but let me not click on it. Yeah, so the hexagons, so we match output areas. The output areas are very irregular. They're defined by the census. It's the smallest spatial units in which the UK shares census data. And, they're matched into these fixed effects. So they're about, I can't do mental maths fast enough, but they're about sort of 23 or 24 is sort of the median number of hexagons of output areas.
So just to understand the last figure, so if the output area was completely leveled by the bombing in 2001, you would have 10% lower property values.
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. Okay. That is the. Okay. Now, so the main takeaway is here that bombing has long-run effects. There are lots of papers that show that in the aggregate, bombing seems to vary. Sort of, you look at kind of total city size, has no effects. That's perfectly consistent. We have some model results, which I won't have time to talk about, which suggest that, if you use our model to kind of assess what the aggregate impact of bombing on aggregate population in London was, it's pretty much zero. Yeah, so but at this small neighborhood levels, given that building structures are permanent, once you've built council housing, it's pretty difficult to get rid of. So you have these kind of permanent effects of bombing. Until today, we can look at sub-periods for kind of the house prices. We can look at kind of 95 to 2000 and then sort of other periods of the same length. The effects are extremely stable over time. So they're also not in any hurry of fading away. Maybe if we back here in 200 years, they might be gone, but at the moment, I think it's plausible to assume that we are in a new steady state.
Okay, so you showed that in the 80s, the construction of new council housing went to zero. So is the council housing that is in existence in 2000 still managed by the Public Housing Authority, or was there a privatization campaign for the stuff that already existed?
That's a very good point. So there is a privatization campaign. So what Margaret Thatcher does, she not only stops the construction of new council housing, but she creates the so-called right to buy. So you're allowed to buy your unit at a discounted price. As a result, a large share of a large amount of council housing units get sold off and are now on the private market. I've lived in one myself at some point. Nevertheless, I'm not aware of any case where the entire building has been sold off. So even in very popular locations, the building will still contain some council tenants, and it will still be a council block. It's just that some of the units are now private. Yeah. So when I come to the mechanism table, I can show you a bit more of what that does. We can sort of control for that. But the idea is, even though we've kind of Thatcher has redefined, privatized some of these blocks, they're still pretty ugly, and they were designed to accommodate poor people. Yeah. And even today, these are not millionaires, playgrounds. They're still, frequented by on average, very poor people. Okay, let's look at kind of reduced form spillover effects. So what we do here is, so the first column is what you've already seen, like in terms of the socioeconomic index. And, these 1, 3, and 5 are columns from the previous table where we only control, have the, on the right-hand side, own destruction. Now we create 100-meter buffers around each of these units. And, we're going here up to buffer 500 now to see what happens to you if people in various buffers around you get destroyed. So you can see that for in the second column, there is a clear, effect from people within the first 100-meter buffer. There are no stars. We can do sort of a little stargazing here on the next 2 buffers. But in terms of quantity of the effects, the kind of next coefficients become really small. Yeah, so even ignoring kind of statistical power here, maybe there are effects up to 300 meters. Just one second. The same here for house prices. You see kind of statistical effects for the first 2, and then for the next one for the first 3, maybe. But also in terms of quantities, after 300 meters, it kind of drops off. Doesn't drop off quite as closely to 0. The house prices are, given the few hedonics, pretty noisy. We're currently working on trying to construct a more sophisticated house price index, which might bring these coefficients a bit closer to 0. But they're certainly statistically entirely insignificant. Yeah. So the main takeaway here is, in a reduced form way, you seem to care about things that happen within about 300 meters of you. Yeah. Maybe you can argue whether it's only 200 meters or 400 meters, but for the model in the moment, we're going to say 300 meters is what matters to you. People who get bombed, a kilometer away or so, we haven't even tried, is irrelevant. Yeah, right.
Just a clarification: when you're talking about destruction in a buffer, it's a dummy, or it captures the entity?
No, it's the percentage. It's always the percentage of the pre-war area destroyed. Yeah, so it's like, again.
And these are elasticities, or semi-elasticities.
So this is a semi-elasticity, is the lock-up how product. Sorry, this would say that if the kind of first buffer went from no destruction to full destruction, your house prices would drop by 10%. Yeah, controlling for your own destruction. Okay, these are spillovers. Let me speed up. This is sort of a look at mechanisms as to what's sort of going on here. So let me just focus on these kind of 2 columns. So the first 2 columns show that there are changes in the built-up area, so that you can see changes in the built-up area in response to bombing. So it's not just that we are sort of speculating. Buildings are a little bit higher, the footprint is a bit smaller. Obviously, the fraction of surviving buildings is much smaller. Maybe more interestingly, the kind of fraction of council housing in 2001 and also in the 1981 census is substantially higher. So if you get hit, you have a lot more council tenants. Given the way Margaret Thatcher has, privatized a lot of people and sort of basically redefined the people living in these houses as no longer council tenants, and this coefficient is smaller than this coefficient from the 1981 census, where you can see that there's an almost 25% increase in the fraction of households reporting to be council. We're including all the buffers here, and with some exceptions here, there are pretty much no statistically significant effects in the buffers. We think that that's good news because it kind of rules out a very boring kind of way through which there could be neighborhood effects. For example, if these coefficients were very large and statistically significant, That would mean that if your neighbors got bombed, they turned you into a council house as well. Yeah, they maybe demolished the whole neighborhood. And as a result, everybody became council housing. And then mechanically, yeah, we're going to have a correlation in outcomes. That doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, so it doesn't seem to be the case that damage even to your exactly next door neighbors seems to change your outcomes in terms of the built environment, in terms of sort of building choices that have been made.
But the second column is the height, in some sense, the density of construction increase.
Yeah.
So in some sense, the supply per.
Yes, so it's true that the height goes up, but the footprint goes down. So the volume of building actually slightly declines. Yeah, so you have a little higher, but a bit smaller. So the typical council house construction, post-war kind of brutalist architecture. So the kind of density overall, we have some population density results which are not here. Population density very marginally increases in bombed areas, which is probably more poor people crowding into council flats, yeah, rather than there's no increase in the kind of floor space in these areas. Okay, let me spend my last 15 minutes to talk about the model and then talk about sort of how we're going to use this reduced form evidence to sort of try and inform a quantitative spatial model to understand how important these kind of facts are. Sort of the fact that you seem to care about people within 300 meters, what does that sort of mean in the aggregate? So the model here builds closely on kind of prior work in this literature, including my own work. So for those of you who know these models very well, there's very little difference to the kind of existing literature. The main difference is they're going to be three types of workers, not going to be a sort of uniform type of, uniform agent, but they're going to be three types of workers, low, middle, and high by, socioeconomic status, which is going to be highly correlated with their income. There's no good income data in the UK census. So socioeconomic status is sort of our proxy for income here. And then we're going to model residential amenities, as I'll show you in a second, as being affected by wartime destruction directly, and also depending on neighborhood effects. So the socioeconomic composition of neighborhoods, and then there's also going to be a locational fundamentals, such as scenic views or a nice park or being on a hill, something like that. So we're going to use this model to consider steady states before and after the war being 2001 as our baseline outcome variable. So the model setup is sort of kind of standard in this literature. So the city is going to be located in some wider economy. You can decide to live in the city or on the wider economy. Workers are going to belong to one of these three types, as already said. Utility of workers is going to depend on these amenities, on consumption of some final good, floor space, you have to live somewhere, and commuting costs and some idiosyncratic preference shocks, which are fréché, and which I'm going to show you in a second. Firms are going to use labor and floor space. You could also have capital there, some freely traded capital, but that's not going to be essential here. Floor space is going to be produced by a construction sector that uses capital, say concrete, and land. Sort of similar to what Frederick showed us this morning. All markets are going to be perfectly competitive, so there's no, you could have Dixon-Stieglitz varieties here, but that's all switched off here. Okay, so the kind of key equation in terms of the kind of understanding sorting in the city is this indirect utility function. So the kind of utility of some worker here who lives in location and works in location I in time t, which is either pre-war or post-war, is going to depend on sort of the normal economic mechanism. So it's going to depend on wages at location I, so how much you get paid at the destination where you commute to. Q are going to be, unfortunately, house prices rather than quantities. This is the price of residential houses. So if the area you live in, N, is very expensive, that's bad. P is the price of the final good, which you're going to use as the numeraire, but that would also be, if there was some spatial variation in prices, that would matter. So W divided by this thing is just the real wage. Yeah. What's also going to matter is A, kappa, which are the commuting costs of getting from N to I. Yeah, so which are going to be a function of travel time. There are going to be some amenities. Some locations N are going to be, people are going to agree that they are nicer. And these amenities are indexed by O, which are occupation. So the amenities, or the way different groups evaluate different locations, could be different, and they're going to be quite different in the empirical results. And the final component is this idiosyncratic shock, which is specific for each worker. Yeah, so each worker here gets a Fréchet draw from about how much they like each combination of workplace and residence. And after they've observed this shock, going to make an optimal decision as to where to locate. Okay, so that's sort of the main machinery here. The way these overall amenities are going to be decomposed is that they're going to depend from the right on some fundamental part, which is either sort of, you can think of it as parks or, other fundamental features of locations. It's also an element of our ignorance, is sort of a structural residual. Anything that the model can't explain anything with anything else is going to be in the fundamental attractiveness. They're going to be neighborhood effects, which we're going to model as depending, for simplicity, on the socioeconomic composition, or the socioeconomic index. So all three groups, so we're not going to sort of be able to estimate, how much do poor people like other poor people, other middle, other rich people, and so on. So the full matrix, we're going to say everybody just cares about the aggregate socioeconomic index in your location, but potentially very differently. So it could be that rich people care a lot about the socioeconomic index, whereas poor people, not so much. So in terms of this indicator variable, we're going to calculate the socioeconomic composition in your own area as being your own area plus the first three buffers. So you basically care about people within 300 meters of your own area. That's what the kind of socioeconomic is. And then there could also be a direct effect, or we'll find that it's going to be some direct effect on amenities. So even controlling for the socioeconomic composition, part of the kind of change in amenities is simply that bombing, changes the built-up area, makes it less attractive. And again, that less attractiveness could be differential by social group. Production is not interesting. It's sort of people need to work somewhere here, but the kind of the production side of the model is not going to really do anything. They're sort of labor and floor space is going to be used here to produce. So Q is the price of commercial floor space. W is the price of this aggregate of the three types of labor. So maybe you should just show the production function. So production uses floor space and the three types of labor. It's all Cobb-Douglas. And there's some productivity term which we can make endogenous, also endogenous to bombing. But for most of our counterfactions, we just hold it constant. It doesn't look like that there are any kind of measurable productivity effects of wartime destruction. So let me take this model to the data and then do this kind of action. So given the time constraint, I won't have really time to go through the quantification. So I'm going to go a little fast. So we need various parameters. The way we're going to parameterize the model is going to be very standard on relative to the existing literature. For example, we're going to pick some housing expenditure shares, which are going to differ by group. They come from a housing expenditure survey, household expenditure survey by the Ministry of Labor in the pre-war period, and various other effects. We're also going to have there is no good commuting data in the pre-war period by type. So we're going to use some post-war period data to try and estimate what the commuting frictions in London are. Okay, but let me sort of skip this. Maybe the kind of the one thing that I need to explain is we're going to use model inversion as, again, standard in this literature to back out what the overall amenity in each location is. So in particular, this overall amenity by type here is going to be high in locations. Yeah, so a particular type, let's say high social status people, we're going to infer that a location is very high amenity if a lot of people live there. So this is kind of this lambda parameters. A lot of people live in a location. This location is very expensive and it has very low residential market access, which is access to jobs. So this is a measure. So the model basically because people have to be in different, people in spatial equilibrium, if a lot of people are choosing to live in a location that's very expensive and has very bad access to jobs, it must be very pretty, otherwise they wouldn't do it. Yeah, so that's kind of the way that amenities are going to be backed out. This is the overall amenity, which we then going to decompose into these, three. So this overall amenity here comes from this sort of indifference argument. And we're going to now see how much of that can be attributed to these different effects. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to run a simple IV regression where we're going to put the amenities that the model is spit out on the left-hand side. We're going to regress them on wartime destruction. We're going to regress them on the post-war socioeconomic composition of your neighborhood, which we're going to instrument with wartime destruction. Yeah, so we're going to take model amenities, regress them on how much damage the own area has, control of it, and then the socioeconomic composition of the neighborhood. We also control for the socioeconomic composition of the pre-war period. This is more for precision issues. You can just forget about that line up here. What these results suggest is that the effects of wartime destruction are very heterogeneous, and the way people care about socioeconomic status is also extremely heterogeneous. So maybe looking at this coefficient relative to this coefficient, you can see that high types, their amenities are negatively affected by wartime destruction. The middle types, a little bit, and the low types pretty much not at all. Yeah, they don't mind. Yeah, so in relative terms. In terms of the spillover effects estimated here, high types have a huge coefficient on the socioeconomic composition. Yeah, so they value improvements in the socioeconomic composition of their neighborhood up to 300 meters substantially. The way middle people care about in the middle, and poor people essentially don't care at all. Yeah, so it's not negative. It could, in principle, that coefficient could be negative. It could be homophily that I really want to live next to other poor people. This doesn't seem to be the case here. They're basically sort of unresponsive to the socioeconomic composition. So it doesn't, if you think of it in homophily, it would be not the case that poor people want to live next to other poor people. They are sort of more indifferent about the socioeconomic composition of their neighborhoods. Yeah, so rich people strongly care. So the last thing I'm going to show you before I conclude is if we stick these, so if we're going to stick these estimates now into the model and do a counterfactual where we're going to switch off these parameters here. So we're going to say, suppose we are in a world where amenities, where people do not care about the socioeconomic composition. Yeah, so whatever the socioeconomic composition is, it doesn't make any difference to how attractive I find different locations. And let's see how people are going to resort in response to that. There's another counterfactual before that, which is about sort of more detailed about looking at the sort of resorting in response to the war, which I'm going to skip. So let me show you what happens here. Okay, so this is the gray stuff is the counterfactual, and the white stuff here is the baseline. So top here is the entire LCC area. These are the 5 richest boroughs in terms of pre-war social status. These are the 5, these are the 5 poorest boroughs. Sorry, these are the 5 richest boroughs. And this is the change in house prices. For example, if we look at the, let's look at the kind of richest boroughs here. So you see that in the richest boroughs, there are lots of output areas that are very high social status. Yeah, so if you're at 1, here means that you only have upper class people. Yeah, so the entire output area is full of people who we classify as being upper class. If you switch off neighborhood effects, people don't care about the socioeconomic composition. This is what these neighborhoods would look like. Yeah, so they would look like much, much poorer and much more dispersed. Yeah, similar here in very poor neighborhoods. So these are the poorest areas of London. If people didn't care, yeah, so if these sort of what this sort of suggests is if people didn't care about the socioeconomic composition of neighborhoods, these areas would get invaded by people who are currently living in Hampstead. Yeah, so many richer people would start moving into these areas. And so for the city as a whole, if there's a lot of dispersion here in terms of the kind of actual distribution of people across areas. The gray area, the gray sort of counterfactual here is a much more, much more equalized, homogeneous area where, all areas have, some rich people, some middle, and some poor people. Yeah, so the punchline here is that in a world, so we could need to create some sort of aggregate measure in terms of maybe Gini coefficients of inequality or so, but it's just visually, trying to explain why there is this huge disparity in outcomes, doing that without neighborhood effects is going to be pretty difficult. Yeah, so sort of what this analysis suggests is that neighborhood effects are really important in explaining spatial sorting. I'm done. Yeah, okay, so conclusion is we're using this very nasty natural experiment of German bombing as a plausibly exogenous source of variation, showing you some reduced form evidence to show how bombing changes neighborhoods, and then combine this with a quantitative model to try and tease out how important neighborhood effects are for different groups, and what that means in terms of spatial sorting in the city as an aggregate. Thanks very much.
I may say amen well with this one, but I don't plan to actually. Yeah, okay, great, thank you. I have to ask you. I didn't. Yeah, sorry. Sharing.
Thank you. So now we have the pleasure to listen to Ms. Patna about structural change with time to consume.
Yes, thank you all for having me. Very happy to be here. It's a lovely day. I don't ask too many questions so that we can go maybe enjoy the sun. How's that sound? This paper is one of those painful processes that comes out of a job market paper where you keep editing it to try to get it published. I think that some people have gone through this, I've heard before. And this is the latest version, mostly cosmetic, but basically I am going to be talking to you about how to understand income effects in the context of structural change when we account for what I'm going to call time to consumption. And I'm going to explain essentially what that means. To motivate the talk, basically, I'm going to be discussing this in the context of a good services environment. It's going to be focused on the expenditure side of the economy, so the household sector. And I'm going to address the classic question, why has the services share of expenditure risen? I'm going to focus on relative goods services spending as the primary summary statistic, which can be decomposed into relative prices and relative quantities, however we would want to measure quantity. And there are several mechanical explanations as to why this is moved around. There are explanations that posit income effects generated by some type of non-homotheticity and preferences have driven the relative goods services expenditure to fall. And there are other explanations that have shown that things like cost disease may be driving changes to the overall composition of the economy. Basically, what you can then do is you can then decompose this change into either the P ratio or the Q ratio. Well, if we look here in aggregate data, here's the X ratio. This is goods on top, spending on bottom. This is for the US, what we've observed since the late 1940s. It's fallen by a considerable amount. If we look at what the relative prices have done themselves, they've also fallen by a considerable amount. And then we can actually go to the quantity index data and we can plot the quantity indices, and we see that they've fallen and then rose again. And this decomposition suggests that for the most part, it looks like the prices are probably driving the decline in the relative expenditure more than the quantities. The quantities are going to embed something like these non-homotheticity in their demand properties. And so perhaps those non-homotheticity aren't actually that important. Now, that's a hypothesis I'm sort of operating under looking at this aggregate data, but I want to test it in the context of adding a new dimension to the model, and that dimension is going to be considering this notion of consumption time. I'm going to talk about that here in a moment. To look at the aggregate properties of US expenditure data, though, just as a summary, we see that the services share of total expenditure has risen since 1959, though it's not constant. There is a second order effect present. The share went up by 11.5 percentage points in the 50s and 60s, and then only about 5.5 percentage points up to 2019. If income effects were primarily responsible for structural change, we should see that this Q ratio, however we measure that, should fall, and it should do so faster than the relative price ratio. Just in the data, we would think that that would be what's happening. These, however, this is a strict data decomposition exercise, and there's somewhat abstract mechanical explanations. So what I would want to do is ask, okay, let's suppose that there is something happening in the demand of the queues that is related to consumer behavior. What is that thing that might be driving changes to the actual demand patterns? Okay. And a hypothesis sort of, I might even want to call it a folk theorem a little bit in the literature that's cursorily mentioned in a lot of papers, but not exactly addressed, is that over time, consumers want services more because they substitute for things that they could have been doing in the home using goods. Services are some type of a substitute for some type of home production output, basically. And the hypothesis is thus, as consumers become richer, their time itself may also become more valuable, so they don't want to engage in remedial activities in the home, and they're willing to maybe hire a maid. They're willing to maybe eat out more, for example, and they're willing to purchase these services, which drives up demand for services and has contributed to the falling goods services relative expenditure. That's a hypothesis. And it suggests that if we're going to put some additional micro foundations onto the household side of the model, specifically in that demand function, we should really be thinking about joint spending and time use decisions, and not just time working, but how you're going to spend your time off market in various activities using different types of products, be they manufactured goods, be they certain types of services. Well, we can do that. In the US, we have this American Time Use Survey that has very granular entries into how people spend their time. And what we could do is we could actually link this time use survey, which is done in a few other recent papers, some that look at inequality, for example, with the more granular NIPA personal consumption expenditures by type and function, and even the consumer expenditure public use microdata. And in fact, what we can do is we can actually classify the tasks in the American Time Use Survey fairly roughly, though in some cases pretty accurately, into those primarily utilizing goods versus primarily utilizing services. As an example, here are some ones that are more salient and obvious. Using lawn and garden services, that's category 090401, and that is a service activity, versus a goods activity would be household activities, lawn, garden, and houseplants. Presumptively, the person is planting plants when they're indicating that they spent 7 minutes engaged in the latter. And the former, they may spend 2 to 3 minutes, and that might just be the amount of time that they take to walk out to the driveway to pay the guy who mowed the lawn. But it's still a positive amount of time. Or using interior cleaning services versus a household activity actually engaging in interior cleaning. Using interior cleaning services, that's going to be essentially monitoring your maid, for example. That's a non-zero amount of time. You have to call the maid. You have to say, come over. You have to say, can you do this? Can you do that? Don't touch this. Don't touch that. Spend about 5 minutes doing it. Maid is a market service. You're paying the maid to engage in the internal household activity versus you yourself going to the store, buying the soaps, the detergents, whatever that you need to mop the floor. Those are goods, and then engaging in the activity of interior cleaning yourself. So those are two different kinds of activities. That's how we're going to think about this. These are obvious in terms of their classification. The activities themselves are obvious that they're close perfect substitutes, right? Maybe the maid isn't as good of a cleaner as you, so maybe there's some imperfection in the substitutability between an activity or between using the maid services versus engaging in cleaning yourself, but it's fairly easy to assign these tasks in this particular example. It's not always that easy, though. Yes?
These are perfect substitutes. I'm thinking about lawn, using lawn and garden services. Sometimes you want to use yourself and then have some help. So that there could be that there is positive association. At the time I spend on my garden, with also hiring someone else as opposed to let the garden rot.
Yeah, I'm actually going to find, we're going to get there. A result is going to be that they're actually complements.
They're complements, yes.
Yes, and that's the
thinking from my own experience. When you have a garden, you pay some attention to it, you use your time and you use someone else's time.
That's very good.
As opposed to not using anything.
I'm admittedly building up a straw man, because of how this literature, especially post-Grinnell 1977, tends to think about these things. And I think it's wrong, actually. The literature, the predominant thread in the literature when we're dealing with home production is this idea that there's stuff you buy on the market that is substitutable with stuff you could do at home. Exactly. And often what's done at home will be modeled in a way that the output of that activity is just linear in time. This is very common in the home production literature, especially in the 80s, 90s, and recently. I'm going to take an original Becker 65 approach. I'm going to get to this, where everything that you do outside of work, you're using something that you've bought at some point. So we think about this in advanced economy context. There's very little subsistence consumption. Even if you're growing tomatoes in your garden, you're still buying the seeds and you're spending time gardening, but there's still some type of market purchase associated with that activity. And once you include and think about that, now what's happening is the outcome, the model is actually speaking to a different kind of trade-off. And we end up finding that actually the complementarity you're talking about is something that's really important to driving the results on structural change I'm going to show you. That specifically is. Thank you for bringing that up. There's a measurement problem though here that's hard. Those activities I just showed you are fairly straightforward. Literally says service in the definition in the data set. There's different kinds of mismeasurement though that can come out of this mapping of tasks to expenditure data. There's explicit mismeasurement. Basically the ATIS does not record time spent multitasking. In 2003, that was probably less of a problem than it is today. We're sitting here in seminar. You might count this as work. You know, for 5 minutes, you get on Snapchat or Instagram for a second. Now you're engaging in socialization activities. If you were to survey someone in the ATIS, they'd probably just say they were working. They would probably skip a lot of the stuff that we engage in when we're using our phones and these new services that have evolved, that are the product of technological evolution over the last 25 years. Yes. Yes, but I'm trying to, yes, no, that's true. Yes, a little bit in a couple supplements they do. I care about the long run evolution. And I'm actually going to throw out a lot of this stuff since COVID, because COVID changed the composition of the economy so much. I'm going to look at the trend up to like 2020. I'll show some COVID stuff in here, but I'm going to mostly look at those trends. That's explicit mismeasurement though. The implicit mismeasurement is that it's not always clear how you assign every activity explicitly to goods and services bins. So you going to the cell phone example again, you're texting a friend requires utilizing internet, cellular data services. You're also utilizing a phone, which is a durable good. So assigning communication activities to one or the other risks mismeasurement. In this example, I actually assign these to services because that's the ongoing expenditure. And I'm going to argue that without having access to data services for something like this, the phone itself isn't useful. You need the data services for the most part. The degree to which the former, the explicit mismeasurement, which is some type of substitution, versus the latter, the complementarities between these two activities, dominate in terms of whether experience associated with utilizing goods services are themselves substitutes or complements on aggregate can actually be tested. This stuff is going to be embedded in the same elasticity of substitution that we were just talking about. So how do I engage in this mapping? Well, I actually start with the Beaupart Econometrica paper from 2014 that built a model with pig log non-homothetic preferences, or translog non, I think one of the I think is pig log, and estimated the elasticity of substitution needed to generate income effects in a model without time use. And there's a classification of the CEPR from that model that I'm going to operate on the base as a baseline in order to assign tasks to expenditure. The CEPR data set is the least specific of the 3 different data sets we're going to be trying to link. That's the one with the public use micro expenditure data. The categories are fairly broad. The national income and product accounts from which we can get prices actually have much more granular, hundreds of categories. hundreds of different sub-functions and goods and services that you can go to if you go to the underlying details tables. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this classification, which is a fairly well accepted classification as to what constitutes a good and a service in the expenditure microdata. I'm then going to find prices in the national income and product accounts associated with services and goods, which are already classified in there. And Beaupart essentially did the exact same mapping. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually take the broken out list of the sub-functions in the NIPA and the CEX, and I'm going to try to map time tasks to each of those sub-functions. And then I'm going to see how each individual spends their time in all of those in minutes per day. And I'm just going to add it up and say that's services, that's goods. And so that's what we do. And you get a fairly clean mapping that map back to the second level and third level categorizations in the CEX PUMD and the NIPA when doing this with ATIS. And this is not the only way you could map the American Time Use Survey to expenditure. I have another paper actually where I map it to 28 different narrow categories. That's about as good as you can get it in terms of its granularity. You can get about 28 different narrow categories of consumption, expenditure, and time use that are jointly linked. And you could aggregate those in many different ways to get something like goods and services, get something like what you want to call recreation, whatever. I'm doing this in the context of structural change, so I'm talking about goods and services. So if we look at time use, and this is truncated at 2019, I'll show you the COVID one here in a moment, what happens. This is time spent using goods off market divided by time spent using services off market. So this work time is not in this. And we notice there appears to be somewhat of a trend, at least until like 2017-ish. But time spent using goods versus services as measured in this manner has gone up. Would you click the including COVID one? If we include COVID, and I'm just showing this for illustrative purposes, time spent using goods versus services really spiked because we shut down all the services. So I use this as sort of a sanity check. Is my classification make sense? We would expect to see this really spike during COVID. People aren't eating out. People aren't using public transportation. And it did. You can go back to the return. You go to the long run as well. So we have time use data back to 2003 in the American Time Use Survey, consistently, a survey every year. There's a couple of other older time use surveys that are lower quality, don't have representation weights. There's one from the mid-60s called the Americans' Use of Time. And there's one from the mid-70s called the Time Use, and TUESA is its abbreviation. They're accessible on iPhones. But you can go through those surveys and roughly match the tasks to the same ones in the American Time Use Survey and engage in the same exercise. You can't get representation weights though, so you can't get a really good measure of what the aggregate mean would be. I include means here though, to show basically that while we have a trend here going up, at least forget about COVID, going up here, we have an apparent trend between the 70s and 80s too, suggesting more time has been spent using goods and services. And so if you don't mind going back. Yep. What?
So if you didn't break the x-axis, so does it look like it's sort of on a line if you project from the right?
Oh, go back to long run. Oh, you mean don't cut it?
Don't cut it.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm gonna I have the numbers. I have the numbers for that. If you go to the return, and then I'll Oh no, return time use actually. Yeah, stay there. Okay. Yeah, it's I included it. Oh, excuse me. Wait a second. We're in the appendix still. Oh, I see what it did. I have a double link. Sorry. What are those? Okay, so it's not aligned. It would undershoot it. Actually, what you have is, so basically if we were to link with ATIS, so basically going from 76, which is when that survey was, to 2003, it applies a 1.9% average annual growth rate. But what I actually find is in ATIS, the growth rate from 2003 to 2009 is about 0.5%. So basically it would overshoot. So it's somewhere between the growth over time. If you use these two different measures and you want to say that there's some type of average annual growth rate, it's somewhere between 0.4, 0.6 and 2%. And that's going to embed everything from the fact that the surveys are different, match them as best you can. You have mismeasurement still in both of them that are going to be different depending on the composition of the economy during the era. Either way, in the ADIS, which is I consider to be a much more reliable survey because of its representativeness, I can reject the hypothesis that there is no trend. There does appear to be a trend that's statistically significant. Yes.
So when you zoom in to the activities, can you say whether there are some in G or in N that drive the trend, or is it pretty much the same across the different subcategories of activities?
Yeah, I've done some different breakdowns. I don't have them here. A couple of versions of this ago, and I didn't find anything that stood out to me. One of the things that I was concerned about is how people engage in communication activities and use things like communication services, since that's been, at least anecdotally, the biggest thing that's changed our daily lives really over the last 40, 50 years is information technology. It's in our hands. We have television, you have cellular services, et cetera. And the weirdest thing is that it's actually communication time or time spent socializing with people is actually flat. And then what people actually say, this is probably some type of response error. When you look at the ADIS data, even going back to 2003, time spent on the phone is actually going down because the sub questions ask, how much time are you spending engaging in phone calls? They're not thinking about, these were questions written in 2003. Who's going to sit there and stare at their Nokia flip phone all day? There's nothing to look at. Play Snake maybe or something, I guess. But there's a problem with the survey in that it's not picking up some of this stuff. There hasn't been an update to the questions in the time use survey since its beginning, except for a few supplements. It differs substantially from the consumer expenditure survey in this regard. The problem with the consumer expenditure survey is unless you're dealing with these aggregates, because it's updated so much, it's hard to actually link different eras together in terms of the different subcategories. So the trade-off with the ADIS is they wanted to make sure that these questions and activity classifications were consistent over time. It's not picking up this transformation in how we engage in activities. And that's mostly due to this multitasking problem. Primary activities are probably being picked up. It's the secondary ones that are probably being left out.
And the big jump between from 60s, 70s to 2000s, is this people using more like home appliances when they do cooking, cleaning, or?
I'm not actually sure. I'd have to look into that. A lot of this is actually, there's also a fall in average work hours that's happening. So it's a reallocation both into services and goods, but goods more. Some of it, the one thing that has changed a lot is a lot of the activities in the ADIS that are complementary with goods are what we would consider to be recreational. And this jibes with that paper by Rochelle and the Kopatov, Rousseau, and these guys that show that leisure time has gone up and how much time people spend on leisure activities. So, for example, a recreational good is going to be like a basketball, sporting equipment. We see that people spend more time engaging in those type of activities, going to the park and playing. There's all sorts of in the ADIS going to the park and playing field hockey, going to the park and playing tennis. I'm assuming those are complementary with goods. You own the racket, and it's going to be different than a recreational activity, which would be like going to the movies, which is going to be complementary with a service, or going to a tennis match. For example, if you go to the French Open, that's a service, right? That's where a lot of the time is going up, recreation time. And a lot of that's for lower income people too, have really substituted over time, a lot of time away from work and towards leisure. Okay. So I'm going to posit here just with this smorgasbord of different micro data points, all aggregated, that we're looking at, that consumers do allocate time toward using both market goods and market services. It's a non-trivial measure. We can non-trivially measure the fact that they are spending time using services, and that's varying over time. And I'm going to use this to build a micro-founded mechanical reason for why there may be income effects in demand functions. Basically, variation in wages is going to be the primary channel through which income effects operate. It's going to affect allocations through these rich interactions between time use and expenditure decisions, as well as the margin whereby if your wage varies, you're also going to adjust your labor. So labor is elastic in this context. Oops. And what I can do with this model is I can reconcile both increasing cross-sectional services shares of expenditure in wages and the rising share of services expenditure along a growth path. Then, after building a model that does that, I'm going to quantify it. I'm going to test the degree to which the declining relative price versus the rising wage are responsible for the rise in the services share using some counterfactuals. Providing a big picture explanation for structural change resulting from changes to this consumption experience. Relative price variation, which is associated in the GE that's happening above everything. It's associated with relatively slower growing services. TFP is almost entirely responsible for the rise in the services share. I'm also going to show that the experience quality, so there's going to be a production and productivity residual on the different home production activities. The experience quality of using goods has risen faster than services, which is rhymes with how we would think about if we're thinking about how TFP between sectors has also changed. Manufacturing TFP risen faster than services. Services is a low TFP sector. There are distributional implications to this, which I'm not going to get to, that the falling relative price benefits poorest and richest more than middle wage earners. Okay, so let me kind of jump into this and give you a feel for what we're doing. The home production processes are going to be indexed by J. There's a goods one and a services one. That's the G and the S. The Qs are what you buy on the market. So that's the quantity of goods or services you're buying. And the Ns are your off-market time use. Your total time is your labor plus the two different off-market time use allocations you're engaging in, and has to equal N bar, which is going to be something like 24 hours in a day, for example. The Z is some sort of productivity on the specific home production function. And for now, just assume this F has the standard regularity conditions we would want in any model like this. It's constant returns to scale. The C's are what I'm calling your experiences. This would be the experience of having a meal at home. The Q's are lettuce, fish you buy at the market. The N is the time you spend cooking. The C is the having the meal. It includes the time cooking the meal. The C may be the experience going to the park and playing tennis with the tennis racket that you bought, the Q. The N is the time in the park. The C is the activity of engaging in the recreation in the park. The budget has to add up. Your labor is adjustable, WL. Y is some residual in this context. It's not going to be important to the model. It's essentially your capital income net of savings. And I'm going to assume preferences have some type of regularity condition on them too. They're strictly increasing, at least quasi-concave, et cetera. And the consumer is going to maximize utility subject to these three different objects. I'm not going to put any parametric structure on these things just yet, because I'm going to show you some properties of what happens in a model like this when you have wages that are acting not just as a scalar on income, but they're also effectively a price. Q will be that are on the market. This is what you could measure in the national income and product accounts, for example, or in the CEX if you want to do microdata.
Goods and service received into the transaction
For a different activity, no. No. So, like I said, you could, how you build the model in this context is entirely dependent on how you partition the data, if you're taking the data to it. Yeah, and the NG and the NS are just the two different. Yep, it's the thing in the way I classified it earlier. Yep. And I want to see how these joint allocations are varying over time back out parameter estimates from that, and then simulate what would happen, for example, if wages didn't grow or the relative prices didn't grow. Yes.
People spend a fair amount of time commuting to work or commuting for leisure purposes. So where does that enter?
Okay, so commuting for work is in work, and I adjust the wage to account for that additional amount of time, basically. So commuting for work is not in the ends, it's in the L.
Okay.
My logic behind that is if you don't commute to work, you don't get any WL. So it's in this context, I'm just counting it in there. Commuting for other purposes, that's just travel. And that's going to be in NS. Okay. The travel component of the American Time Use Survey is one of the worst ones, actually. It's the least detailed. Doesn't have very good detail about how you're commuting. Doesn't have very good, are you flying? Are you driving? Are you taking the train? It's very coarse. So I'm putting it in NS. You could. Yes, that's true. That's a problem. There's certain decisions we have to make for tractability here. You could make the argument that if you're using your bicycle, though, that would also, I would observe bicycling for recreation purposes as an explicit activity. I would not observe bicycling to go to the grocery store as an explicit activity. I would observe shopping or commuting for shopping, right? Because they don't break down those things by type. Yeah.
I think in other surveys, you can have information about what fraction of trips in the US are done with private, vehicle, which it's the majority.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you could impute it from, you could take that share from other surveys and put that into goods, for example. That's another.
Good. I am with housing services and vehicular services, though. Vehicular services and housing services are actually in QS. It's the service flow value of a vehicle and the service flow value of the house. Those are the only two durables that are in QS. So it would still go into the NS in that case. Yeah. Okay. So what are the Zs? These Zs are like total factor productivities we would see in a supply side production function, for example. We're combining capital and labor to generate an output in a firm. The interpretation in this context is these Zs are like the experience quality of consumption, the experience quality of being able to use your off-market time to combine it with stuff you buy and generate the activity that ultimately gives you utility. It's this efficiency by which consumers can convert time and market purchase to these experiences. And this may vary over time, could vary along growth development paths on aggregate and average, because unmeasured changes to the consumption environment maybe affect the quality of these experiences. And you could think about, for example, compare the same meal eaten in a smoky restaurant in 1995 versus one in 2015 when the smoking ban has been put into place. Are you still enjoying the meal? Is the quality of that experience the same, despite the fact the ingredients may be identical? And what I'm going to argue is that the way that the Bureau of Economic Analysis actually measures prices and splits out prices and quantities in order to generate these indices fails to account for these residual outcomes, these quality differentials. They're looking at literally the amount of steak by weight, the amount of potatoes that are being sold, and how the prices change. And they're controlling for price anything as the expenditure changes on that, they're counting that as a price change, right? They're not thinking about these residual outcomes. We could think about many other examples. This is just one that's particularly salient, I think. There are other unmeasured factors that also could be affecting the variation in these Zs over time, which are ultimately going to be a residual in this context. Folk knowledge, how to use things, or variation, as I said, in these product qualities for which these agencies cannot account for. And there's a lot of evidence that there is a lot of quality variation that goes unmeasured in the national income and product accounts. We're ultimately going to care about the ratio, not the levels. And that's the relative efficiency of these activities beyond that which is captured by the Qs and the Ps measured in the market, measured in the marketplace. Yeah. Oh, that should be an S. Sorry. CG divided by ZS. Yep. Yeah.
But then you're saying that there is quality mismeasurement also in the quantities that you observe in the market, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really structural change in quantities, as you showed at the beginning, is structural change also in quality. And so there's something that we are not accounting for.
Yep.
And so what you're measuring with your model, it's that. But from the data, you're not presenting structural change in quality, or you're asking how much structural change in quality is accounting for structural change in quantity they observe.
That's right. And actually, I'm not going to feed in any Qs to any of my estimations. It's going to be all X's. Now, the P's are going to embed, you need P's, and I'm going to use relative P's, and it's going to embed some of this error in there. But what I'm going to say is I'm going to pass it through this and say, okay, let's assume these things are measured close enough. What's the residual of this look like? The extra thing. And then we can go backwards and apply the economic interpretation of what that residual is, just looking at the structural model, and say whatever we want. We can call it a technological difference, whatever. There are various reasons why this may be mismeasured. That's why this residual may be important. And it's going to be because of this mismeasurement, is what I'm saying. I'm not going to come down, I'm going to take one stand on which reason that is. I'm just going to show you, it does this or it does that or something. I'm going to show you, here's what it is.
No, sure. But you're saying this statistical agencies are measuring these quantities face value. So the stake is not higher quality or lower quality, it's the quantity, and they're measuring the price.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're taking these quantities measured by the agencies and feeding the model with those. So this is really what these guys are consuming.
Yep. It's the exact same problem I face here as we face when measuring total factor productivity and not having a good index. It's the exact same thing. Getting a good capital index when engaging in growth equation estimation to back out a TFP, especially if you're going down to like the sector level, that's hard. We take it for granted and then we back out the TFP. We say, well, productivity's improved. This is what we're measuring. That's essentially what
the exercise is fine, is what we usually do, but the interpretation could be TFP, not quality. So quality is just one way of seeing things. It could be an improvement in this consumption technology.
Yeah, the folk knowledge of how to do things. Exactly. Okay. So mechanically, rising incomes have been attributed to cause changes to the composition of demand via Stone-Geary, CES, quasi-non-homothetic CES preference structures, et cetera. Paco and Joe had, in their 2009 paper, hinted that there may be something deeper at work with respect to home production, having to do with rising skills driving up labor productivity and forcing consumers to substitute time for market products. So given that story, I want to kind of focus on what would happen to the responsiveness of quantities to wages in this context in a theoretical sense. What I'm going to do is I'm going to combine the time use and the budget constraints into one, what I call a Beckerian budget constraint, which goes back to Becker's 65 paper. And I'm going to call the right-hand side Y tilde, which is a function of W, the total time, and this capital income object. The associated expenditure function in the Mas-Colell chapter 3 sense of this model is this object here. You have the two expenditures on the market products, and then you have W times NG plus W times NS. The M superscript indicates Marshallian demand function. And so this is the expenditure function. What I want to show here is I'm going to show you that the income effects generated by this model are actually kind of different from the standard income effects that we would consider in a model where we had where we were essentially didn't care about how W affects the composition due to the different types of envelope conditions that we're going to be applying. I'm going to make an assumption, and it's actually not that strong, and you'll see later that it doesn't really matter. The composite function, when I put in the ZFs into the U, so I substitute the C's in, I'm going to say this is increasing, concave, differentiable, and homothetic in its combination of Q's and N's. So normally we see homothetic, we're like, okay, well, we can't get income effects. Well, in this case, you can because the W is moving around. So the Marshallian demand functions are well behaved and they're linear in Y tilde of W, which is the total effective income in the context of this collapse of the budget and time use constraint. And then you have this gamma thing, which is some continuously differentiable function of prices. The classic Slutsky equations from this model, which you derive in the standard way, differentiating the expenditure function using Shepard's lemma, et cetera, basically say that you have a Hicksian substitution effect minus this income effect, where since the price of NG and NS is constrained to be the same, basically you get NG plus NS, the total value of off-market time, augmenting the income effect. And so this is essentially a cross-price Slutsky effect. This is the Marshallian demand being differentiated in W, which because those N's are in utility, now W is essentially a price, just like it would be in any standard demand model. So here we have the effect of W on Q as both an income and a substitution effect. But this classic Slutsky equation is only accounting for how the W affects the allocation of off-market time, not the value of total time. So the total derivative of this object, differentiating all the way through, requires you to now differentiate through the Y tilde, the object that we usually hold fixed when we're engaging in this analysis. The total income effect includes the classic income effect plus a time value effect here. And so the total responsiveness of the Marshallian demand for Q, so the demand of market quantities to wages, is just the sum of these objects. Yes?
Just a clarification. So the time value effect is what people sometimes call the endowment effect?
What was the last?
The endowment effect?
Yeah. It'd be the value of your time endowment. Yeah.
And the other question I had was, so leisure is not valued per se. It's valued only insofar as
it's actually split.
Consumption of, yes.
There's the leisure activities that are complementary to going to the movies, sporting events, etc., going out to dinner for fun. And then there's the leisure activities that are complementary to goods, using your tennis racket, for example.
The valuation of time and goods is valued at exactly the same as the wage.
No, I take work time, I add commuting time, I recompute the wage. So I have total income. I have total income by week, weekly income. Okay. I then have daily observations. I compute the daily average of amount of time spent going to work, and then I recompute the wage from the total weekly. So the wage is not the wage that's printed in the data set. It's computed to account for the commuting time. Yep. Okay. Basically, what I wanted to show is with this model, given how the N's enter into the utility function, when you compose everything together, you can generate an income effect even if you have homothetic preferences. It doesn't matter. And with the parameterized model, I'm going to show you what that actually looks like when you have different elasticities that you're accounting for. So the rho is the gross substitution elasticity between the C's. This is your utility function. Here's each home production function. Every parameter is different, so I'm allowing flexibility across the processes. The nus are or 1 over 1 minus nu are the off-market elasticities of substitution between off-market and market goods. And the omegas are the production weights, and then the z's are going to be a residual. What you can do is you can write relative expenditure as a function of relative prices augmented by this elasticity, relative TFPs augmented by this one, and a bunch of parameters. But notice that the wage enters non-trivially. And clearly what's going to happen is the value of these parameters, how they're different, how they're the same, depending on what you estimate, is going to dictate the degree to which you can get an income effect from wage variation hitting on the relative expenditure, and thus the allocation of market resources towards different type of expenditure and structural change. I'm not going to really focus too much on this elasticity because I don't have time. I'm just going to kind of tell you what happens. If you get time and consumption themselves not unit elastic substitutes, so the nus are not zero, so there's no Cobb-Douglas production, relative expenditure will vary non-trivially in W. And it even varies non-trivially even if you have the nus being Cobb, or no, excuse me, I'm wrong about that. It even varies non-trivially, even if you have the news being equal to each other. So basically, when you get Cobb-Douglas home production in both, so if you have Cobb-Douglas home production in both processes, and the omegas being equal, then you get the shares independent of W, the shares of expenditure. You can get the shares independent of W if you don't have Cobb-Douglas home production, but you have the same elasticities of substitution, the same time intensities, if and only if the prices of the two Q inputs are the same. The shares will be independent of W. Otherwise, outside of these two conditions, they vary non-trivially. So conditions 1 and 2 are the only two conditions that you can get when you have independence of the allocation of market expenditure to W in this model. Okay, I want to show some structural change results, blah, blah, blah. So I estimated, it's complicated. I'm not going to show you what I do. Basically, I'm going to summarize what I find. Off-market time and market goods are complements in home production. So Q and N are QG and NG are complements. QS and NS are substitutes. And a lot of this is due to the fact that in the US, cheap, low-quality services are very time-intensive, like public transportation, for example. So you spend more on transportation services, you spend less time. Get a taxi instead of taking the subway. That's a big component of services expenditure, especially amongst low-income people in the US. Yeah.
So the complementarity between CG and CS is an assumption, right?
No, it's not. I actually have CG and CS are complements, and I run another model where I assume that they're not, and I test it using an information criterion. I have both models. So I have both the complements and the substitutes model.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I have, it's a Bayesian exercise. I have all those plots. I don't have them here. It's structural. Yeah, basically it's structural and done with microdata. So I run two different estimates. It's skipping around. So basically I run an estimate with the CEX using the XG over XS at the micro level. I get the same NG over NS equation, looks a little different out of equilibrium. I run it on the time use, completely independent samples, weighted. The CEX goes longer, the ATIS is shorter. The parameter estimates, if you could click, actually real quick, we have like 2 minutes, I have time to do it. Click on posterior comps ATIS. Up, no, not that one, back. No, back to return estimation, that's fine. Actually, let me just do it. Actually, let's talk about it after, because we're getting to the end. Basically, there's 4 different estimates that are independent of each other. 2 on ATIS, 2 on CEX. One assumes rho is complements for each. The other assumes rho is substitutes for each. I get the likelihood for that using a Bayesian method. I then run a bootstrapping to get the information criteria measures, and I test which one has more explanatory power in terms of this autocorrelative robust information criteria. And it's the complements case. So that's basically what I do. I'm gonna show you results for both the complements and substitutes case, but in the paper, the substitutes case is often relegated to the appendix. Though in this rewrite, I haven't actually decided what I'm gonna do with it. So basically what happens is, okay, so now imagine that I go back in time and I fix the aggregate average wage at what it was in 1959. And then I simulate the relative expenditure condition, allowing the relative prices to increase as we observed over the growth path, or not increase, but change, because they're relatives, right? So the blue line is what happens when I fix wages and I change relative prices. The black line's the data. So fixing wages and just watching how the relative prices change actually leads to greater structural change. If I fix relative prices, so I eliminate the relative price channel, and then I let wages evolve, this is the income effect that we would be watching. I actually would get the opposite kind of structural change that I would expect given the data. I get more goods, less services. This is in the complements model, which is the preferred model. If we look in the substitutes model, if you assume that these things are substitutes and you engage in the same exercise, then you get the kind of structural change patterns you would think that would be consistent with income effects driving the decline in the goods services ratio. Because in the counterfactual, you get the wages fixed and the relative prices essentially causing the rise. Now, some intuition as to why this is happening. What happens is rising wages actually dampen good to service structural change. It's almost entirely driven by relative prices. And it's because the elasticity of relative expenditure with respect to wages is positive. Basically, what we get is we get stronger gross complementarities between the activity outputs compared to the gross complementarities in the production function of QG and NG. That's contributing to what's happening here. So as wages rise, you basically have stronger CGCS gross complementarities dominating. Then you get services QN substitution effects stronger than the goods QN complementarities. So holding prices fixed, consumers spend more time on goods. And then both of these objects go up since they're normal. But the quantity of goods actually goes up faster than services because these complementarities are stronger. And they're already spending more time on NG rather. So basically the complementarities between the activities together with substitution away from time spent on services and toward time spent on goods, and the fact that you have complementarities between these two objects all help contribute to driving up goods relative to services as wages rise, holding that relative price fixed. The relative price story is easy. It's first order. You look at the relative expenditure equation. The relative expenditure is a function of relative prices. This is the elasticity of XGXS with respect to PGPS. When CG and CS are complements, rho is negative. So you have a negative divided by a negative, it's a positive number. So XGXS is strictly increasing in PGPS. It's that simple, actually. There are second order effects, but they're not as important. Okay, these are the efficiencies. I'm going to conclude. When accounting for consumption time in this manner, I'm finding that the structural transition from manufacturing towards services is not actually driven by this non-homotheticity in consumer preferences as much as the relative prices matter. So it's not these income effects. In a preference-based explanation, we would say the opposite. Changes to household behavior are responsible for this deceleration. The income effect in this model dampens structural change. It doesn't accelerate it. And one of the things I had to skip is that quality improvements to goods appear to have outpaced those to services. So in the complements model, we get ZG over ZS rising, just as we would expect the TFP from manufacturing to services to rise. There's a rhyming pattern between what the consumer experiences and what we observe with the aggregate data when we look at the sectoral estimated production functions. Okay, thank you very much. Any?
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We're done for the day. There's still coffee.